Yo, so tonight is supposed to be the night. So tonight is supposed to be the night where MF and Doom show up with his case for Devin Vassell being better than Aaron Neesmith. Right? Let me put some stuff out here. I just want to throw some stuff out here. Let me do this. Let me do the invite. Copy the clipboard. Let me do that. And then let me do this. So I'm gonna go here to my joint. I'm gonna find my stream on here and I'm gonna post a link for the guys to show up. I'm already live. Oh, that's hot. Super hot. Hey, okay. All right. Let me find Uncle Freezie real quick. Oh, there I am. Man, that picture looks scary. That picture on here look like the Undertaker. That picture is whack. For the record, I don't look like. Hey, what's up, Raphael? Hey, I'm about to put the link in the sportscaster screen. Just give me a second, man. Just give me a second or two for sportscaster to catch up. Yo, shout out to everybody that's in the chat too. Charles B. Yo, hey, look who here again. King East 161 is here again. All right, let me do. Shout out to everybody that's in the chat too. Charles B. Yo, hey, look who. I gotta turn the volume down. Sorry about that, y'all. It's a step behind. It's a step behind real life. So Raphael said I also want to go live on YouTube too. Yeah, if you click on and stream with YouTube. Okay, all right. Hold on for a second. Let me do this. Just be patient with me, y'all, while I bring in the guests. Just be patient with me. There you go. Hey, you see that, Raphael? Simba Singh is in the building. What's up, Simba Singh? What's good with you? Hey, I know tonight gonna be a good night tonight. Simba Singh is in the building. Hey, shout out to my ace, Simba Singh. Hey, Chuck, click the link, man. Stop playing. Chuck, I know you hear me. Click the link. Stop playing. Come on. Hey, what's good, y'all? You don't see the link on Sportscaster? Are you on Sportscaster or are you on YouTube? You on Sport? It should make a difference. You should see the. Okay, let me do it this way. If you hear, click on that, and that should get you here. I know you see that. I know you can see this right here on the screen. There you go. This right here on the screen.
Yes, I got it.
Look who in the building. What's good, fam?
So
right here on the screen. Yes, I got it. Look who in the. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Let me turn off my other thing.
Can you hear me? You got multiple streams pulled up?
Right. Oh man, yeah, I'm trying to adjust this thing. Hold on, let me close that one channel.
Yeah, you got feedback because you got multiple streams pulled up. Yeah, you got feedback because you got multiple streams pulled up. Oh my goodness! Look who showed up! Look who showed up! It's about to go down. What's up, boss?
I to this day I have no idea why you're hyping this up. You no one is on your side. No one sees where you're coming from.
Get him.
It's like what do you want to do? Like, why do you pick like a did you pick like back in the day with people to get their ass kicked? Like you about to get kicked now? Like, what do you want? Like, come on, Big Freezie. It's not good for you. You just came back from work. You got to go sleep. You know what I mean? You need your health. You out here. Why are you doing this to yourself? Why would you put extra torture on yourself? Where do you want to go? Competition?
You must not have seen Rocky 3. Like, Champ, what's the prediction for the fight? And Clubber Lang was like, pain.
And what happened to Clubber Lang? Exactly.
Exactly.
He got his ass.
Rocky.
What are you talking about?
Yo, okay. All right.
Okay.
All right.
What's up, Chuck? What's up, DMO? What's up?
Right.
You're gonna see a massacre, my dude.
All right.
Yo, it's everything working?
Right.
You're gonna see a massacre, my dude. Just whoever has a plane, just turn it off.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pause this. This one is good?
Yeah.
I'm good.
Yeah, we can see you.
Okay. Yo, what's going on, man?
Hey, so we can either get right to the nitty-gritty between me and Doom, or we can discuss a couple of the topics that's been out there, some Knicks, random Knicks stuff that's been going on. My preference would be to do the thing with me and Doom last, because I don't want to beat him and then have him leave.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? I enjoy his company straight up, so I want to beat him and then have his ass duck out on me because he mad.
You would only beat him if I jump in on your side.
Thank you.
Well, come on.
Oh, now you need help. Now you need help. Now you need help. Oh, come on my side. Now let him say
Yeah, I'm gonna let you yourself. Yeah, I'm gonna let you yourself.
Yeah, I like shooting a fair one.
Oh yeah,
I like shooting a fair one. Nothing's on your side in this case. This is not fair. This is torture.
You're gonna lose. You're gonna lose, but I ain't gonna let you leave for that.
Come on, dog.
Yeah.
How am I gonna lose in this? Okay. So you play some round moves, or you just want to go? Well, what do you want? Do you want like boxing rules, or do you just want a back alley brawl? Which one you want?
Freezie, whatever you want to pick, man. If you want to pick a bunch of topics where we could break down who's better at what, you could do that. Whatever you want to do.
So, what's the debate? Vassell versus Naismith. That's the biggest.
Who's a better overall player?
They're both good players, man. You know, they're not going to be. I mean,
but that's not for y'all to decide. That's for me and Legion of Knicks podcast to decide.
Okay.
No, actually, no.
All
right. So let it be that when if someone brings a topic like defense or whatever, right? These two could serve as moderators or judges, excuse me, to say who brought the better point. Look at him now; he's drinking soup just because he knows. Look at him; he's gonna finish now. Look at him.
I gotta drink tea because I yell at motherfuckers all day, man. My voice be kind of.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest with both players, with both Vassell and Naismith. I feel like I would trade down to get both players. I don't know. I don't know how I feel.
That ain't what we. Raphael, that ain't the point of contention right now. The point of contention is the Legion of Knicks podcast.
I don't know about the 8th pick, but if I would trade down for them, maybe.
Oh,
that's all hearsay. That's all conjecture. Because trading down is an aspect of what the team feel like their best need and fit is. What we're talking about is me and Legion of Knicks podcast getting dirty right here on national TV.
Go ahead.
I don't. So how do you want to do this, Big Freezie?
And listen, we can either do back alley or we can do by rules. So if you want to go by, if you want to put some things in place,
you pick.
Okay. All right. So okay. So how about we do this? We'll just have Chuck B be the moderator. And then Chuck B throw out the topics, and then you and I get a certain amount of time to talk about each person's proficiency in that area.
Okay. And I'll give you a little time if you need to like search up something or whatever.
I don't need time. I don't need nothing.
All right, go ahead.
So what's the first topic, Chuck B?
Offensive efficiency.
Hey, you the guest, Guillermo. Go ahead, Doom. You the guest. You go first.
Well, Devin Vassell, I believe he shot 40% from 3. That's lower than Naismith's. I believe Naismith shot.
I'm gonna make Naismith's argument.
Well, no, I mean, there are things about like Naismith. I would say has shown to be a better 3-point shooter than Devin Vassell. But again, like I said, Devin Vassell was not as big of a part of the offense as Naismith. Naismith's usage was 26.3%, right? Devin Vassell was 4th, I believe, on his team, even though the margins aren't necessarily huge. He was his usage was 20%, which is way lower than Vassell's. I mean, way lower than your boy Naismith. Now, if you're talking about other parts of the offense, right? I mean, you mentioned assist yesterday. They both don't. You said they both. One guy could dribble, the other guy doesn't. Whatever. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Naismith. Oh man, sorry. Trying to scroll up. Apologies. Naismith. I mean, it wasn't that big of a margin. But Naismith averaged 0.9 assists a game. And Vassell averaged 1.6, right? Vassell also had 5.1 rebounds. Oh, sorry. That's not offense. Sorry. Apologies for that. But yeah, I think shooting is probably the only place where Naismith bears out better than Vassell, but that's also because he had a high usage on his team. Vassell also had to play along with Patrick Williams, who's going to, for some reason, I'm not agreeing with it, is going to be taking somewhere in the 8th to the 10th spot, 8 to whatever, low teen spot, right? Who else does Naismith had to play with, right? And when you look at the strength of schedule, FSU's strength of schedule was way harder than Vanderbilt's strength of schedule. Vanderbilt, the only notable team they played was what's the name? The Auburn Tigers. What the hell you fucking call them?
Isaac Okoro and Auburn?
Yeah. They played that was the only notable game. Let me get the schedule, the game log. They literally played a whole bunch of nobodies, and this is who he's hanging his hat on to say is had so much better. I mean, the strength of competition is trash. They played teams like Southeast Missouri State, Texas A&M, Richmond, Austin, PA, South Carolina State, Southeastern Louisiana, Tulsa, Buffalo, Liberty, Loyola, UNC Wilmington, Davidson, SMU, and Auburn.
How many points did he scored against Okoro?
I don't know if Okoro guarded him the whole game.
18.
I know Okoro, he scored 18, but that wasn't necessarily all on Okoro, right? So let's put that into consideration. And there are highlights online where Okoro's beasting on him. I don't know if I could share my screen or whatever, but where he's basically blocking and shutting down Naismith. Now, with FSU, they played teams like Pitt, Florida, Western Carolina, Chattanooga, St. Francis, Chicago State, Tennessee, Purdue, Indiana, Clemson, North Carolina, South Carolina, Northern Alabama, Georgia Tech, Louisville, Wake Forest, Virginia, Miami, Notre Dame, Virginia again, Virginia Tech, UNC, Miami, Duke, Pitt, NC State, Louisville, Clemson, Notre Dame, Boston College, and I believe, did I miss Kentucky? I believe they also played Kentucky as well too. So a lot harder competition than your scraggly ass, the teams that I mentioned. Now, I'll say this about Naismith. His free throw percentage or draw percentage was a lot higher than Vassal's, but again, Vassal was not as big of a part of an offense. And if you watch Naismith, I'll get a shot chart, but I have a feeling that a lot of his fouls came from people fouling him as he's shooting the shot versus him going to the basket and throwing those fouls. I mean, you can pick some highlights online, but let me get his shot chart while you talk. You go ahead now.
Okay, so I ain't gonna need all that time. All I'm gonna tell y'all is this: the dude's usage was in the toilet on a top 10 team because his ass can't dribble. Right? You can't legit play in the ACC dribbling with your head down. Right? Also, I'm gonna throw this out here. So Devin Vassell played in a game against RJ Barrett, right? Guess how many points he scored? Just take a wild guess. A wild guess.
You said against RJ.
I'll give you a hint. It's a round number. It's a round number.
5?
0. You get one more round than a 0, right? Okay. I'm gonna just say this: Devin Vassell against top-notch competition is not a scorer. His offense is not even shouldn't even be part of this argument. The reason why his usage is low is because he has no handle. That's the reason why his usage is low.
Did you watch FSU, sir?
So here's my thing with
use him on the ball like that.
So Aaron Nesmith is a bona fide scorer, a bona fide shot maker.
He could dribble,
right? And people knock him because he is a bona fide scorer. Now, if you're talking about with a best fit for the Knicks, think about this. Last year, you could kick out the ball to the perimeter, and Frank Ntilikina was your best three-point shooter in the corner based on percentage. And I know that's on low usage, right? But if you talk about low usage, if you bring up Devin Vassell in low usage, we can also bring up Frank Ntilikina being the best three-point shooter in the corner, right? So, but if you bring up Aaron Nesmith shot 51% from 3. 51%. And even if you knock off, if you say, hey, no, you got to knock off part of that because of elevation, him making it to the next level. Even if you knock off 10 percentage points, right? That means Aaron Nesmith is a 40% three-point shooter in the NBA. How does that not improve the Knicks' offense?
So hold up, I'm gonna post the shot charts for both Aaron Nesmith and your boy and Devin Vassell, right? So from the shot charts, right? Literally, if you count from within the three-point line, right? If you count the inner parts of the three, so at the basket, he was 16 for 34, right? Vassell was 61 for 95. Naismith, your so-called scorer, that's an average of 47%. Aaron Vassell had 64.2% at the basket, right at the basket. He's a scorer. 4 shots right outside that area. So on the right side, he was 0 for 4 for 0%. From right inside of the foul line, he was 25%, 1 for 4. And from the left side, he took no shots from there. for my boy Devin Vassell, right outside that area. They count a little bit different, but right outside the area, he was 75% on the. He's 75% on the left. He's 42.9%, 6 for 14. When you come into the left inside of the wing, from at the foul line, he was 38.5%, 5 for 13. He was 23.8%, which is not good, 5 for 21 from the right side mid-range. And then from the right lower baseline part, he was 71.4%, 5 for 7. So he's taken more shots than your boy Naismith and has exhibited higher efficiencies, even for the fact that he's taking more shots. Your boy Naismith is putrid from inside to a point where he doesn't even shoot. So then because they count the charts a little bit, I'll post in the YouTube chat. Right on for Vassell, because they count a little bit differently. Then on the outer parts, right before the 3 on the left side, he's 0 for 1, 0%. Come around near the wing, it's still a 2-point line. He's 1 for 3, 33%. Right at the top of the key, but not the 3-point line. He's 33% at 1 for 3. Right on the right side of the wing, the right wing, he's 1 for 4, 25%. And on the pure right side on the baseline, he's 2 for 3 at 67%. Right. So at the 3-point line,
right here?
Go ahead. And I'll post. Hold on. Let me get your YouTube.
So this argument right here is the Shaquille O'Neal argument, right? So basically, they say, you know what I'm saying, the guy finishes a lot right at the basket. How many of those made baskets that you just mentioned are fast break dunks? Did you break that down? How many of those? Because they count that number.
I could go, but you said that he's a better scorer. So outside of right at the hoop, I gave you all the mid range, and Naismith does not score really at all from there. So you say he's a better scorer because first of all, you connected Vassell to being a worse scorer because he can't dribble. Naismith is a better scorer. Why? Because he has better dribble. If he had better dribble, he'd be creating in the mid range and at the basket. Forget if he'd be creating at the basket, period. And he doesn't. He doesn't have the attempt. Literally on the left side of the court in the mid range, he has not shot the ball. Meaning that if he has better dribble, that means you should be able to catch somebody, go baseline, and shoot the mid range, like how you saw Kuzma do in the playoffs, like how you saw Butler do in the playoffs. He does not have that. He doesn't have that. And at the basket,
is so much better. You just compare Aaron Nesmith to 2 power forwards.
If he's the best, if he's a better player, even going at the basket, if he's the best player and he has better defense and offense, right? He should be getting steals, getting turnovers, and executing at the basket. Even if you want to compare, all right, how many of it's fast break, blah blah. He's not even doing that. He's not even into the basket like that. So how is he a better scorer? You tied it to not be able to dribble. Vassell's not asked to dribble, and the thing about he can dribble, but he's not asked. I'm not saying he dribbles. But he's not an idiot who's going to be like, oh, I don't know where he's going. So I'm gonna put the shot chart in the what's name, because your point makes no sense. The shot chart shows he does not take a versatile scorer, take shots from all over the field, and he has spots where he's red hot, but he's going to take shots from all over the field, and you should see the curve even out. There's really no curve to compare for your boy. The curve is effed up for Naismith.
There's no curve because one guy can't create for himself and gets a lot of points on fast break dunks and breakaways because of defense. And then the other creates in the half court for himself.
And a lot of that defense created by who?
This right here is the argument, though. Our best offensive fit.
Who's the best defensive player?
Offensive fit.
Hold on. You're going topic. Who's the best defensive player on FSU?
Chuck B, the moderator, said me and you should argue over which person is a better offensive fit.
You said you don't answer now? Freezie, you my man.
If you concede. If your point is whack. You concede.
My point is whack. Hold on. I'm going to post I don't think I'm a mod, so I'm not sure if you can.
Chuck B asked a legit question. He said, who is the better offensive fit for the Knicks? And you pointed out Devin Vassell's defense.
Wait, but you were just arguing with okay, sorry. Offensive. Okay, let's keep offense. I apologize. So what was your point? I posted the 2 charts. Can you guys see the charts? The 2 from the Stepien.com? Hopefully you guys can see. I just posted the shot charts. And you tell me who's a more versatile defender. Now, obviously, if you're a good 3-point shooter and you're shooting,
But
and
it's
you have
not about defense, though. You're talking about
I didn't
offense.
say anything about defense. Hold up. I didn't say anything about defense.
You said versatile.
Okay, forget about I'm not talking about defense. I'm talking about if one guy's taking a lot of his shots at the 3-point line, and he's more of a specialist like that, versus somebody who's showing, okay, he can shoot at a high clip from the 3-point line, and he has more versatility to shoot inside, shoot the mid-range, which he can do. Who is a better player? You talking about fits for the Knicks. If you have a player who cannot shoot in the mid-range, and all he's going to be utilized for is a 3-point shot, you're going to have teams who are going to gear up for that a lot more easier versus someone who can also shoot the mid-range versus someone who you say can't dribble. I've seen this guy throw alleys and facilitate it and push the ball around. What you think about when you talk about offensive efficiency, you think that's just assists. It's also secondary assists, right? Do you know what secondary assists? Do you know what the hockey pass is?
Yeah. Right,
That's
right.
smart.
Yeah, we all know that.
That's not necessarily, you can't sit here and just say, oh, because the assists aren't here, blah, blah. That doesn't even make sense. You get literally shooting guards who are prototypical shooting guards are not even asked to facilitate. They are the end product of other people passing to him to get him when he's come to the basket, which Vassell does more than Naismith, according to the shot chart, to get him in open shots and whatnot, which I will say Naismith does a lot more at Vanderbilt because he's the only talent there. We're literally talking about Vassell playing on a team where he is on a stacked team with a bunch of decent players, and you have Patrick Williams. Like Patrick Williams, a top, not to me, but a top 10, top 15 prospect, and he was still able to shine out. Like I don't understand the versatility and how he'll fill the Knicks. We'll get to defense because I'll tell how he fits his bit. We can go about his offense. I just don't understand. Outside of 3-point shooting,
so how many points per game did Devin Vassell average last year? His freshman season, what did he average?
He was 12
points.
Yeah, so I think it's 12 points, right?
No, he averaged 12 points this year.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. Sorry about that. Give me 2 seconds. He averaged. I apologize for that. He averaged 4.5 points. I don't get it. He's a rookie. I don't get it.
Yo, wait a minute. Are we legit arguing over dude that average 4 points a game?
I don't understand. Hold up. You're laughing at a guy who played in the ACC. You're laughing at a guy who played in the ACC. I literally gave you the rundown of the bum-ass teams that Naismith played. And you literally are sitting here after the guy who had to play against teams like – hold up. The Aaron Naismith played against Duke.
Can we just concede? Can we just see that Aaron Naismith is
hold up. Did Aaron Naismith play against Duke?
I don't know, but I bet you he didn't average 4 points a game.
No, he didn't.
I bet you he didn't average 4 points a game.
He didn't play. Yeah, because he's playing against shit teams. Of course.
Aaron Naismith.
Malachi Flynn averaged 17 points a game. Again, context, right?
What have to do with Devin Vassell?
No, because you're
Devin Vassell averaged a 3-point and a free throw, and we arguing over that.
Okay, that's like the same thing like me saying, how much did like a decent upcoming player average in the NBA? How much did like who's like a decent player who didn't average that much in NBA? Versus
not trying to defend Guillermo.
Versus how much Jimmer Fredette averaged in China. Like it's the dumbest shit. Like I don't get it.
No, man. The dude averaged 4 points a game last year.
Okay, Freezie.
Which
is the hardest conference?
And we've been comparing him to a dude that averaged 23 points a game.
Which is the hardest conference in college? What's the hardest?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
This is a question to everybody. What's the hardest conference in college?
I would say right now the
Godof MosesandElijah, which one's the hardest conference in college? If you watch college,
the SEC is the
I watch some college.
Yeah, I
know more college football than I know a little bit more than college basketball. But I know about Duke and Kentucky and Florida.
Hey, I ain't trying to help Guillermo.
Yep.
But
you just
Jefferson
concede
Felt
the
was
point. And you got like
his freshman
7
year.
more points to get to. We got like 7 more points to get to. Just concede this one. You're not going to convince.
You're comparing apples and oranges because the guy averaged. Desmond Bay. How much did Desmond Bay average for 4 years? That doesn't make you necessarily a better player. There are guys who average 20-some points. Dogs. There are guys who average 30 or not 30, but 20-some high points in shit conferences, and they're nowhere to be found. Kyrie Irving played how many games at Duke?
Okay, so he played in the ACC, right?
Kyrie Irving played how many games at Duke?
Last year against RJ Barrett and Cam Reddish, the dude scored 6 points total. He scored 0 points in one game and 6 points in another game. And you legit he's a better fit for the New York Knicks, a better offensive fit for the Knicks.
Yes, but you're literally taking somebody's rookie season where they did not get minutes like that. You're taking somebody's rookie season where they did not get minutes like that. They're not getting used like that. And you're comparing that to what? Kyrie Irving, hold up. Kyrie Irving did what in college? He played how many games in college?
11.
Ben Simmons played what? 2 games in college, right? So
no, he played.
Right? I'm sorry, not Ben Simmons. I meant MPJ. MPJ played like 2 games in college.
Yeah.
And he's better than a lot of players, and with the back injury, right? So again, context is everything. I'm giving you now. If you want to talk about the rookie thing, fair enough. But this year, what did he do this year? That we're analyzing. You're literally taking Naismith, who's played against shit competition, and he was a prime scorer, the prime player on that Vanderbilt team. Vanderbilt compared to FSU does not compare, bro. FSU has 2 guys going into the top 10 or top 15. Who else does Vanderbilt have? Name me Vanderbilt's lineup. Name me Vanderbilt's lineup. Let's talk about Vanderbilt's lineup.
Nobody.
So he's going to
usually in a situation like that where a guy is a one-man show, his efficiency is not as high. So if it was a case, if you were making a case for Aaron Nesmith not being efficient, and the excuse is because he was on a team by himself, I would agree. But basically, what you said is the man by himself, and he was still super efficient. So my man was on a team by himself,
where's he efficient from?
And was still super efficient. I don't get the point. Are you on my side? You're on my team.
Oh, Freezie, you're not listening. He's only efficient from where, Freezie? I just gave you the shot chart. I posted it to the YouTube chat. He does not take shots inside, bro. He is one-dimensional. If you want to claim that that's better for the Knicks, go ahead. How many 3-point shoots can we find in the draft versus guys who are 3-and-D players who have decent skills? You can find an Isaiah like you said. You can find 3-point shooters in this draft in the second round in the late first.
So he was a chucker, but he shot 51% from the field.
I didn't say it was a chucker.
He shot 52%.
I didn't say it was a chucker.
And he shot 83% from the free throw line. I mean, how does that make a better fit for the Knicks offense? Chuck B said, "Who's a better fit for the Knicks offense? Like, who'd be a better fit for the Knicks offense?" And I'm pointing out a guy that averaged 23 points a game, that shot 83% from the line, 52% from 3, and 51% from the field goal percentage. How is that not better than a dude that averaged 4 points a game in his freshman season?
Because I literally because you're talking about his freshman season. It's like you're picking the weirdest arguments. Like, how can you say a tree is not bigger than my boogers? It's like, what? What are you talking about?
Because if we compare both rookies,
okay, Big Freezie. Okay, Big Freezie. Big Freezie. I'll do it like this. I'll ask you a question because your brain is all over the place. Outside of the 3-point line, right, and outside of being at the stripe, where else does Naismith score better than Vassell?
In between, I just told you the dude shoots 52% from the free.
I just said outside of the 3-point line and at the stripe, where else does he shoot better than score better than Vassell?
I'm not gonna make your argument for you, bro.
I just gave you guys the shot cards. You guys can check the shot cards. You think I'm lying? Smith does not score better than Vassell in the mid range at the basket. He only scores better than Vassell at the 3-point line and at the foul line. And I already conceded that he gets to the line. Now, the context with which he gets to the line is different, right? It can be argued. But again, outside of the 3-point line, right? I didn't say he was a chucker. I said he has a narrow skill set, as in he's a 3-point shooter. And that's mostly it. Because you said, oh, he drives to the basket. Well, the shot chart shows he doesn't do that. He doesn't get there more than Vassell, and Vassell has a higher efficiency than him.
What about but you can't go by the shot chart. You have to go by where he was fouled on the floor. You can't just pull up the shot chart and say,
well, you're making an argument. So if we can find where he's fouled on the floor or where he's getting those fouls, I'm pretty sure it's probably going to come from him shooting, right? Because think about this, even his number of attempts. Look at the number of attempts at the what's the name? He's 16 for 34. He took 34 shots. Vassell took 3 times more than that, or 3 times as much as that at the cup.
But you have not eliminated dunks, fast break dunks. You have not eliminated that.
What does it say? So post up.
Hey, you know what? I'm gonna rest my case. I'm gonna rest my case on the best
offensive rebounds. So this one takes out post ups and offensive rebounds from here.
Hey, so Chuck D, Teddy Flat, Raphael, I'm gonna rest my case here on Chuck D first question about the best offensive fit for the Knicks. Based on what Guillermo said, I mean y'all can allow Guillermo to continue with his case, but I feel like the numbers speak for themselves on my behalf. So I'm gonna just chill out on that. You want to go ahead and do this?
You should have final word. Let them judge it. Let all 3 people judge it as to who they feel is a better efficient player. Offensively efficient player. Let the 3 answer.
Okay, can I go first, or you want to go first? I'm just gonna go off the whim about some things that I noticed about Naismith versus Vassell that piqued my interest. Right about Naismith versus Vassell. One thing that I noticed about Naismith is he gets a lot of free throws. He gets to the free throw line. It's important for me to have players where they know how to work the ref, they know how to work the whistle, and Aaron Naismith gets to the free throw line much more than Devin Vassell. Granted, I know you're talking about usage rate, this, that, and the third. But at the end of the day, if I'm going to draft somebody, I'm going to look at that. That's one of the criteria that I'm looking. I want to see how efficient you are. I also want to know how well you work the ref. In today's game, how you work the ref shows how well you dictate the game, how you manipulate the game, and this, that, and the third. So that's one thing I like about Nathan. Even though he's 1 year older than Devin Vassell, I like the fact that he knows how to work the whistle. He knows how to work the refs, and that's part of today's game very much. So,
can I say something really quickly?
Yeah, go ahead.
I apologize. Just to read, this is not me. I don't write the Stepien. I don't know these people. This is a Stepien. This is their assessment of Naismith. Finishing, not a very good finisher. There are some touch flashes, but the flashes, there are also plenty of odd misses. Touch consistency isn't there, which is odd given his touch on his jumper. Does not finish around well-contested shots. Lacks pop in the paint. 6 shots blocked in the paint in the HC against only 1 dunk. Does not use body that well through finishes on drives. Though there are flashes. He shows flashes on some crafty finishes, step-throughs, and shielding the ball from the rim protector. But they are mere flashes, and while it helps in college, the lack of vertical athleticism concerns me. Appears to be mostly right-hand dominant, but has a few nice lefty finishes as well. Blah, blah, blah. Not really someone who will get to the paint off dribble moves, which you said he has better dribble, so you're wrong. More grip and go straight line drive attack.
I got you. Hold on. I want to handle that.
Give this to the judge. Wait. Hold on. How we proceed and give these to the judges? And then when my man Raphael says
I apologize
about Aaron,
that's fine.
I can't allow my man to, after Raphael was saying his thing, Guillermo jumped.
Freezie, you did say evidence. I apologize. I was wrong for that.
Okay, that's
record, Judge.
Continue. That's fine. It's not going to persuade my judgment anyway. It's not going to persuade my because that's not the only factor that I look into why I'm liking Naismith versus Vassell. Another thing that I noticed. Another thing.
Freezie's face. He got scared.
I'm not scared. I'm just saying it's not. I'm just saying it's not a thing. Because what if I was to do that on the point when you start talking about defense? then it just wouldn't be fair. I'm just saying if you give it to the judges, you give it to the judges.
Do you hold up? Do you
the round is over?
Can I continue or should I stop? Can I continue?
Go ahead.
I want to continue.
Go ahead.
So another thing is Guillermo's bringing up the point about the type of defense that Naismith is playing against, and I mean the kind of teams that Naismith is playing, and the kind of teams that Vassell is playing. And I just looked at last year's draft. Let's keep in perspective that John Morant came out of Murray State. Okay, I don't know that to be a top tier college, and he was drafted number 2, and he is the rookie of the year, besting out. Even though Zion would have beaten, but he definitely bested out R.J. Barrett for sure. So your argument there is weakened. Not to mention that the year before that, Darius Garland, who was signed to Clutch Sports, was a lottery pick, is also from Vanderbilt. So it doesn't mean that. So I hear your argument about who you're playing against, but talent is talent. So again, Darius Garland is a lottery pick for Cleveland, and that's not going to persuade me to pick Devin Vassell over Aaron Naismith, even though it's sort of a good argument. But at today's game, you look at how they, you read the draft profile like you did. You look at the highlights. You look at what kind of numbers the numbers, and you also look at what you're looking for. I'm looking at his 3-pointers, and I also want somebody who can shoot. I want to get to the free throw line a lot, as much as you can. So a player like that's something I'm looking for. I'm like, wait a minute, how well do you shoot? Because we do have an R.J. Barrett who gets to the free throw, but once he gets to the free throw line, he's making 6 out of 10 shots, and that's not a good look. So I am looking for somebody like an Aaron Naismith who is going to get to the free throw and most likely shoot 8 out of 10 times, make it out of 8 out of 10 times. So I think that's that's a positive thing from Aaron Naismith, though he's 1 year older. So that's why I would consider more Aaron Naismith than Devin Vassell, even though Devin Vassell.
You talking about the offensive? Because Chuck asked about the offensive fit. He didn't want to do the complete thing. He just said. So
I just stick with that. In terms of offense, I like somebody who's going to get to the free throw. You got to work the refs. That shows a higher level of playing the game in today's game. You have those who know who can manipulate the refs are those that know how to stay in the game. If not, you're going to get subbed out, and
All right. So what you think?
You got to learn how to stay in the game.
You done?
All right. So Ted, based on offensive fit, who do you think is a better offensive fit for the Knicks?
All right. This has come from somebody that actually watches college basketball. No offense, Ralph. I don't watch both of them. I don't watch both of them play. I think Vassell is already in the role he would be in if he was to get on the Knicks on Florida State already. That's what makes this argument so crazy to me because, Naismith was high usage, but he only played 14 games this season. Okay. Like when Vassell played all 30, he played 30 games. He only missed 3 games out the season. He played 30 games. That's a big difference.
Mm-hmm.
And Florida State system, they already pro heavy anyways, as far as everybody gets usage. Everybody gets a piece of the pie in Florida State.
Mm-hmm.
He was the man. They set so many screens and double screens, and he was the man, period, point blank on that team. Mm-hmm. I just got to call for what it is. When he gets into the NBA, he's not getting that much usage. There's no way he's getting that much usage. So that's why I got to go with Vassell in this, because his role is already defined, and he would just roll right into the NBA already ready for the role he's going to be given, because that's the same role he had at Florida State. That's my defense for Vassell being a whole lot better for the Knicks, because he already knows his role. He had 2 years to prepare for this role. Now, when he gets out and he's in the NBA, the Knicks is going to use him exactly to his strengths. And the whole free throw stuff, I mean, if you're the number one guy and you got the ball all the time, yes, you're going to shoot more free throws. You're going to shoot more shots.
No, not necessarily. I don't know.
That's what you said. Though you said free throws. You want somebody to get. You want somebody to.
You have to know how to do that. That's takes skill. That's skill.
Vassell wasn't even he wasn't a top usage guy on his team. You want to be technical about it,
right?
So the points that he was getting was literally on his own. Like it was off of the offense. And at that, he scored 40% his freshman year, only playing 10 minutes, and then did it again when he had all the minutes. Like this ain't even no competition, honestly.
Okay.
I love Neesmith. Don't get me wrong. He's going to be a great role player. He could be the next JJ Redick, for all I know.
Mm-hmm.
But the likelihood of him only having one hand and looking at his games, he has so many plays called for him that it was just. I mean, it was boring for him to succeed. Period. Point blank.
For Naismith to succeed?
Absolutely. And in that weak division. Now, if he's in ACC doing the same thing, I'm like, okay.
Wait a minute. So the ACC is a weak division.
That's my opinion.
This is right now. Freezie.
So wait a minute. So Guillermo got time. I don't get time.
I didn't say anything.
Ted is still going.
Okay, I'm just asking.
I didn't say. Hold on.
Okay.
No, Freezie.
Right. Hey, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I kept quiet. This is the judges right now, Freezie.
Yeah. And 14 games.
Okay.
Hey, look, I hate to even do this because I love you, Freezie, too. Hey,
Kill him, Judge. Kill him.
I gotta be real though.
Kill him.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's gonna be a great pickup if Vassell was not going to the draft this year.
So that's one for me, one for Freezie. Damn, we got evens now, but you're still gonna get killed. So
all right. I'm gonna make mine real short.
Okay.
All right.
Freezie, look up why he kills you. Look into
Take a
your
specialist
eyes.
at 8.
Oh yeah, no, I ain't dodging them. I'm taking notes.
When
I want to hear this. I want to hear him.
I'm not taking a specialist at 8 when I got a guy that can score from multiple positions on the floor. That's more valuable for me instead of a one-dimensional guy that just shoot all threes.
Okay.
I don't need that at 8. I could find that in the G League somewhere for that.
Okay.
So give me Vassell.
Give you Vassell. Okay.
And
Vassell to me reminds me of DeAndre Hunter. Good on the D. If he doesn't have if his 3-point shot isn't going, he's useless.
So wait, hold on. Does he know the?
Wait a minute.
Yo, Joe,
That sounded like common sense.
No, I'm not.
Wait a minute, Joe. What you say just now?
I'm making sure Joe knows the stipulations. Joe.
yeah.
Joe just said something that made sense.
Hold on.
It was off the topic. It was off topic.
We're judging Vassell between Naismith on a better fit for the Knicks. So just when you make it, whatever your assessment you make,
A better offensive fit.
Offense, yeah.
All right, I go.
This was the better offensive fit.
Offensive fit, yeah.
Offensive.
I go with Naismith because he more volume, more accurate. He has the size to be a good defender. Vassell is too small usage, doesn't get to the line. All he does is jack up threes, and if he's not scoring threes, he's useless on the offensive end. Defensively, he's a lot better.
No, I
just gave the shot chart.
I don't think he watched Vassell play before.
Yeah, I think you got the players switched around. All right.
Yeah, I think you have to switch around.
I know. Vassell out of Florida State.
I just sent the
shot 3.
And Vassell has more attempts from all over the floor than Naismith. How you? Okay.
All right.
I don't know what the hell.
All right.
All right. What's the next
2-2 then? It's 2-2 then.
So
no. Hey, that would be. We can only do 3 to make it even. So the judges, we already said before we started the argument was Teddy and Raphael. So I respect Joe's opinion, but we can't take it so we can have an odd number.
Freezie, take Simma. Simma's in the chat, right? Take him.
So you said best offensive. Who's best on offense in the Knicks offense? You said, right? That's the question.
Who's a better fit for the Knicks offense?
Naismith.
Yeah.
So 2 for Naismith and 2 for Vassell. Simma, if you're there, I don't know. I can't talk to him.
Naismith, there's more volume. You know,
he literally doesn't.
I need a shooter to know when he's throwing that shot up that there's a higher percentage chance that shot's going in. He reminds me a lot of Buddy Hield, but I think he's a better defensive game than Buddy Hield.
But he's only shooting.
Hey, Joe, turn your mic up. Joe, turn your mic up.
Yeah, hold on a sec. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Teddy.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think he paid Teddy before we got on here. I think you must have sent Teddy some chocolates or something.
I didn't say nothing. I didn't say Teddy nothing.
I watched the game. I got the eye test.
Teddy was like, legit, I just think he's a better offensive player than these.
Where the hell is Rick Ward? Rick Ward would be a good freaking. All right, Clarence Roberson.
Hey, what's up? Clarence Roberson was good.
You ask him, can you ask Clarence Roberson? Hopefully he's watching, but Clarence, if you can respond, right? So we're trying to judge who would be the better offensive fit for the Knicks, Vassell or Naismith. If you could give your opinion and give who you would prefer for the Knicks offensively, because we need a tiebreaker vote right now, because we're 2-2 right now. So if you could give your vote, you'll be the tiebreaker.
I don't know. Neither of them can be
considered. All right, Simma, can you do the same thing? All right, let Clarence stay. Simma, if you could, whoever gets it first, I guess. I don't know. Simma, if you get it first.
And to as far as the tiebreaker go, I was wanting to make sure that, and not just for this stream, but I need Chuck B to get FaceTime. So I need Chuck B to be the tiebreaker and the moderator for me and Guillermo. So we can let the other four go, and then let Chuck B be the deciding factor because this like part of his show too. So
Clarence said Naismith.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, man! This is the craziest shit.
This should not have even been this close. Oh my god, man!
This dude Joe Madden said that
I would definitely
takes more shots on the floor, and literally the shot.
I would drug test Joe and Clarence.
Yeah, Joe. Literally, I just posted the Stepien.com shot, and Vassell has more attempts.
I didn't see that. I only just got in.
All right. Yeah. I'll post it again just so people see, because it's crazy what people are saying.
More what he brings to is
he has more attempts on the floor. Naismith does not have as many attempts on the floor as
because he only played 12 games.
No.
It's factual.
So the question was
his efficiency is still worse. Even if his 12 games efficiency is still worse.
The question, my man said, who is a better offensive fit for the New York Knicks? And everybody was bringing in these other points like, Vassell can play better D. It's 1 point. We going round by round, 1 point at a time. Yeah, I asked Guillermo if he wanted to do a back alley fight, just me and him, or if he wanted to do it in a way where things could be kind of spaced out. He chose that, and that's what we're doing. You know what I'm saying? We're going to ask one question at a time.
I hope there's like another person. I'm literally saying just on offense. I haven't said anything else about anything else.
Oh, yeah, we're going different categories.
How does this vote go? Are we counting Simmons, or are we just going to stay with Clarence Roberson? Is there going to be a tiebreaker?
I already got, and you said the first person.
Fair enough. Then I guess you win that one. All right.
No.
Simmons said the sale, though. But
being that Joe came in late and he didn't hear the question properly, and Ted and God answered it already, it should be. And I was the tiebreaker.
Exactly. That's a good point.
Okay. All right. Well, we just go with them three. I mean, I don't care.
Logic exists. Yes. All right. Vassell wins offense. All right. Let's go to defense.
Defensive awareness.
Let's go to defense.
And for the record, I'm posting this to YouTube also, like doing the cut up. So
I'm hoping you allow me.
Y'all gonna have to live with these answers.
I hope you allow me to do this. I'm putting us on YouTube.
Y'all got to live with these answers.
This is going to be evidence for the first 48.
Yep.
Well, I can't wait till the season starts so we can start talking about
it. Right. Okay.
All right. So you go first.
Hey, so what's your next question? What's your next argument?
So I just want to say one thing. As long as we
hold on, y'all. Let Chuck ask the question. Let Chuck ask the question.
as long as we remember that we were talking about his offense. We're talking offense.
The first one.
Yeah.
We moving on from that. All right. So Freezie, a defensive awareness. You goes. I went last turn.
Defensive awareness. Go ahead.
You can go.
Defensive awareness. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
He laughed.
I mean, shit, what y'all want me to say? Y'all want me to come out here and tell the
All right.
This is my space right here. This is my space right here. So
I apologize.
So,
Judge, I apologize, Judge.
So y'all want me to get on here and tell a bold-faced lie like Aaron Nesmith is an average or good defender? No, I ain't about to come on here and risk my reputation on some bullshit, like on some BS like that. What I will tell you though is this: Aaron Nesmith is not a good defender, and the defensive scheme that Vanderbilt ran without having good athletes was out of necessity because other teams in the SEC would run them out of the gym because Vanderbilt doesn't have good athletes, right? So here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. I don't believe that any college player, whether present or past, is going to step into the NBA right away and lock down veteran NBA guys. Like, I don't think Aaron Nesmith is going to step in right away and be able to guard KD. And I don't think Vassell will either. You know what I'm saying? I think Vassell has probably better defensive potential, but I can't see him guarding LeBron James or even Klay Thompson.
Objection, Your Honor. Objection, Your Honor. Isn't this only supposed to be for the fit on the Knicks, not if he's going to be the best defender of all time in the NBA? I think that motion will be sustained, right? So you have to only assess.
You can't. I mean, you definitely.
Better fit for the Knicks.
I'm gonna just rest my case right here. I'm gonna rest my case right here anyway. It don't matter because I think Vassell's the better player.
Can we go with the judge? I actually got a good point for Freezie on this. I got a good point for you, Freezie, on this one. So, Aaron Nesmith actually averaged more steals and blocks last
right.
during his second year.
He didn't bring this up. So he didn't even know. Why you bring this up, Judge? He didn't even know. He did not
know
even
that.
He definitely didn't know.
And he basically conceded his
point. I already looked at these cats, but the thing is, with defensive numbers are more random than offensive numbers.
Yes.
Just because, for instance, I'll give you an example. If Devin Vassell's a lockdown defender in college, the ball is going to be seen less by his offensive player, which means his numbers won't be as high because he gets less chances. It's the Revis Island argument. You know what I'm saying? Why does Antonio Cromartie have more interceptions than Darrelle Revis? Because they don't throw the ball at Darrelle Revis. That's why.
Oh,
that's the thing I'm saying with Nesmith.
Argument because you can still. Oh, are you done with your point? Are you?
Yeah.
So he's basically saying already that Devin Vassell is a better defensive player than in a harder, and I'll concede this FSU offense. Leonard Hamilton plays all these guys play zone for the most part. But just to break down your boy Devin Vassell or Naismith over Devin Vassell. I mean, I'm not even sure. I mean, I just want to say eye test, but that might not be proper. Again, he's playing in a harder division than Naismith. And again, you said that Naismith had higher amount of steals than Naismith. But Naismith
like 0.3, but it sounded good.
Naismith didn't even rank in terms of for that year. I believe you're talking about 2019, 2020. He didn't even rank in terms of steals. So again, even though he had more steals per game, right, in his own conference, he didn't rank. Your boy Vassell ranked 12th in the ACC with 42 steals for the 2019-2020 season. His defensive box plus minus was at 4.2. Naismith didn't rank. Regards to defensive win shares, he was 16th at 1.7. This is out of all players, not just for his position. Your boy Naismith in an easier conference didn't rank. Let's see what else. So blocks, he ranked 15th in the ACC as a guard, 15th with 29. Your boy Naismith, who had more blocks per game, didn't rank in an easier SEC. Let's see what else. Rebounds. I think Naismith did defensive rebounds. He ranked 18th with 143, which is, I guess, solid in the SEC. He averaged 4.9 total rebounds a game. But your boy Naismith, Vassell averaged 5.1 in the ACC, and he ranked. And I can't find. Oh, actually, he didn't rank regards to rebounding in the ACC. Just overall, Devin Vassell, he's a terror for smaller guards. I just don't want to refer to clips, but you see him all the time harassing guards, getting steals, playing the passing lane. Just to your point, to actually go to your point before, you said that Vassell scores a lot of his points from the fast breaks from steals he gets. I mean, do I have to reiterate that point? Thank you for making that point that he's generating points off of defense, something that the Knicks sorely lack. Where we don't have guys who can defend and get those easy buckets. Last time we had a guy like that, I know Chuck is going to kill me, but rookie year with Frank Ntilikina, and even that wasn't at the so-called highest.
Chuck love cats like that.
No, but for a guy like Vassell, who's 6'6", who I believe has close to a 7-foot wingspan. I might be wrong on that. I mean, he's going to be a terror. So people can sit and talk about, he's not going to defend KD and all that stuff. I mean, I don't know about that, but I've seen guys like Ariza, who was drafted by the Knicks, become, when he was healthy and younger, he was one of the best 3-and-D players in the league, who was shutting down those type of guys, playing on teams like the Rockets who had no defense, and he utilized his individual defense to shut down other teams' best wings. So for the Knicks, I mean, it's a no-brainer. When you talk about a guy who could defend, think about this. On the Knicks, you're going to have a guy who could defend guard positions. And what are some of the more dynamic players in this NBA? Are guards, right? Guys who can beat their man, crossover, dribble, get to the basket, get to the second lane, or the second level, which would be the help defense or the big man who's down low, right? We talk about a guy like Mitchell Robinson who gets a lot of foul trouble. Now, imagine if he had a guard who can probably cut down his number of fouls, maybe one a game, because he's not allowing his guards who have the advantage and get to a jumping or a mistake-prone Mitchell Robinson. So, to me, he's going to get you the steals. He's going to get you the turnovers. He's going to intercept in the passing lane. He's going to protect your big man who don't need to get fouled and get pulled out the game to where now your whole defense is weaker. So, to me, Devin Vassell just way better defensive awareness. And he's also his bread and butter with the team with Leonard Hamilton, because of their identity. He was born into that. So Devin Vassell could have been one of these guys, again, wasn't used highly on offense, but that never got to his defense. You never saw him slack on defense. You never saw him, put it down and say, "Oh, I'm not getting the ball like that, man. F this." He played to the hardest, whether he scored 27 points against Virginia or whether he scored 0 against Duke back in his rookie year. You never saw that his defense let up. So to me, overall, you need that tenacity for the Knicks. You need that length on the Knicks. You need that skill on the Knicks. You need that mindset on the Knicks, even when they're not scoring. So to me, Devin Vassell's better. Judges.
Oh, that's easy.
I went first last time.
Teddy go first, and Raphael go second, because Raphael went first.
The conversation is so.
Or you get just say the name.
I'm not trying to be funny. Like, this is the physical conversation. I let y'all both talk, and I'm just gonna let y'all finish. But let's be honest. Vassell.
That's it.
I think okay. You finished? I think the better talent. I still think when we look back in this draft, the better talent is going to be Naismith.
No, we're talking about defense, sir.
Defense. We'll go with the upside next. That'd be the next question next. Who got the hard upside?
Now, Chuck got the questions. Chuck B got the questions though.
In terms of defense, I can see Vassell possibly being the better defender, to answer the question. So in terms of defense, I don't know, man. I don't know. Devin Vassell is more athletic, so I kind of expect Vassell to be the better defender in that situation. Right? That's the answer. That's the answer to the question.
All right, that's the landslide, Vassell. That's the landslide.
That's 3. Anyone else?
Okay. Hey, so it's a landslide. That's a landslide. I want to throw this thing out here. So the one time R.J. Barrett and Devin Vassell played each other, R.J. Barrett made 4 out of 7 3-pointers and scored 32 points on 10 of 19 shooting.
And Vassell guarded the whole time.
Vassell played 10 minutes freshman year.
Right, no,
He
yeah,
played 10
Vassell
minutes
only
freshman
played
year.
10 minutes. So again, we don't know who was guarding.
When RJ was on the floor, he was with the first team.
R.J. was on the floor
Vassell was
all
second
40
team.
minutes.
Vassell was
R.J.
second team.
Barrett played all
But
40
he's saying
minutes.
that Vassell only played 10 minutes, and he may not have been on him even in those 10 minutes. So we
He didn't even start. He didn't start the freshman year.
Oh, you know what? You're right. You're right. You know why? Because Devin Vassell only played 1 minute. So you're right. Devin Vassell only played 1 minute as a freshman in a high leverage game. Okay, go ahead. My bad.
Okay.
Hey, what's the next question, Chuck D?
Is that supposed to be a dart?
No,
that's
I saw you, Freezie. You trying to make it that he didn't get playing time. No, I believe you, Freezie. But you're trying to make it seem like Vassell, he couldn't get playing time as a rookie, blah, blah. It's like, okay, well.
Hey, this is the better debate question. Who has the better upside in the NBA?
Naismith. Naismith is the better talent.
So Chuck D, what's the next question?
Here's my thing. Here's what
Okay, no, wait, hold on. It's between. So, Chuck,
wait. So we got to y'all listen.
I'll let him
Y'all
go.
got to go by rules. I have to start booting people out.
I'll let him go.
It's a debate thing. It's a debate thing. We got a moderator. It's me and Guillermo, and then y'all are the judges. So we have to do it in a format where we can keep
My bad.
law and order. You know what I'm saying? So we got to let Chuck D moderate. Hey, go ahead, Chuck.
All right. A lot of people say RJ is a shooting guard, and then you have some saying he's a small forward. The question is, which one of those guys can play either or position flex? Which one can play small forward, shooting guard, in emergency a little point? Who's more flexible?
So Guillermo goes first since I went first last time.
That's fair enough. Again, what I read from the Stepping report said that basically his ball handling skills, his finishing, and just him on the ball is just not good, right? I'm not gonna sit here and say Vassell is a combo guard. I'm just talking about say if you want to flex into the point guard position. I think for both of them is going to be relatively hard. But for a guy who I think that you've seen flashes of him be able to make the hockey pass, make the smart passes, make the cross-country pass to the other wing, I think that his court vision is a lot better than Naismith, right? Again, Naismith, I'm not issuing on him because of his role at Vanderbilt was an end-all, be-all shooter. I'm not taking that away from him, but again, he has not had that experience, nor does he really have the skill. Again, the report said that he's a straight-line shooter. And for the most part, Vassell's very, very, very linear as well. But, if people saw the video I did, you saw where I highlight where Vassell can run the pick and roll with the big man and throw it up to him, whether he's running the pick and roll on the baseline, the top of the key. And he has that court vision where he'll get it he's a selfless player. Like, can the assist numbers say that he's doing that? Obviously not, because he wasn't in that role. But in the flashes, yes. Now, regards to the 2 and 3, easily. Vassell's a natural. You could say he's a natural too. He's a guy who can move well off the ball. He's a guy who loves to spread out. He loves spacing. He's a natural spacer. Even in fast breaks, he'll go out to the corner, or when his team is in transition offense, he'll spread out to the corner if he doesn't have that straight line to the basket for the alley. He'll hit those shots in the transition. Again, great off the ball. He has parts of his game where he can develop a mid-range game, because I've seen it where he'll dribble, bounce off a player, and then shoot the fadeaway. And it looks very, very good. He's very effective in doing that. Now, in terms of sitting there and doing that, maybe he has to develop just the way Klay Thompson had developed that, because Klay Thompson, coming out of Washington State, did not have a post-up game. He developed that with the Warriors. But you saw fundamentals of that, little flashes of fundamentals in that. Now, with the 3 position, I think it's going to be somewhat almost the same. Now, your 3 position, you want a guy who's a little bit more of a slasher. So in a game like that, obviously, if you have a 2 who's slashing and RJ Barrett, then fair enough. But I think that as an overall 2-3, he can guard all 3 positions, right? He's not limited. He's athletic. The weak side defense is there, right? If you had a guard who's, whatever, and you have Vassell, how many highlights do you see of Vassell blocking the shizidic out of guys trying to take poor layups to the basket after they beat their man? That's all you see with Vassell. A lot of his some of his best plays are his defensive defense, and even playing against guys his size. I pointed out in my video that look, he does have to improve his hip movement, right? Because sometimes he could play a little bit on his toes, but for the most part, his size and the fact that he does stay grounded a lot. How many guys do you know in the NBA? Even when we watch Frank, I know people kill Frank, but how many times when you see good defenders, right? They stay on their hips and they use their arms to basically stop shots, not necessarily block them, but to make you shoot bad shots. Vassell has that. He's just a long, annoying player who can play all three positions defensively. And from the 2-3, I think he'd be good. 1, it wouldn't be that great.
Freeze.
Okay. All right. So Chuck said, asked about, is it defensive flexibility or just overall position flexibility?
Interchangeable
Overall,
between 1, 2, and 3. Interchangeable between 1, 2, and 3.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So in terms of Devin Vassell, I think he has positional flexibility on defense. I think he can guard 1, 2s, and 3s, and maybe some very small 4s. Maybe in terms of Aaron Nesmith, defensively, I'm concerned that he can't guard 1s, 2s, or 3s, right? But on offense, I think this cat gives teams the business. And the reason why I say that is because for one, the dude had unlike Devin Vassell, who had consistency and coaching in a program. Aaron Nesmith had one bad coach, and then once he got a great coach, you saw him improve instantly, right? So you saw him go from potential first-round pick to potential lottery pick, right? I think what he does offensively, getting to the free throw line, shooting the 3, being able to handle in his space. I'm not saying that he's Kira Lewis. I'm saying he can handle enough to get his own shot. He provides you some playmaking when he gets the ball. Now, does he need to improve? Right now, he's not a finished product at all. But with great coaching, you see the improvements in Aaron Nesmith's game. So he had a great coach in his sophomore year, and he popped out as one of the great players in the country, right? And people say it's a small sample size, but they don't consider small sample size with LaMelo Ball or Tyrese Halliburton, who also had small sample sizes this year. They won't say the same thing for RJ Hampton, who also had a small sample size, or Kira Lewis, who was mediocre until the last 12 games of the season. So a lot of these kids have small sample sizes. The thing with Aaron Nesmith is, given good coaching, I think that the cat can be a far superior player than Devin Vassell overall offensively. And who knows on defense? We hadn't seen anything on defense from Aaron Nesmith, right? But if Aaron Nesmith was to get a good defensive coach and consider the strides he made with a great offensive coach, can he make those strides defensively? Who knows? But you can't say no.
Okay.
Judges?
I just want to say, I also like the fact that he can deal with a high usage rate. I think the usage rate is being used against him, but if you already have experience dealing with a high usage rate, I think that translates in the NBA too.
So who's your pick?
I think in today's game, I feel more comfortable with a score, even though the concept of defense is better than offense. I go with more offense. More offense is better than defense in today's game, and so I'm gonna go with more offense. And I think Naismith is. I'm gonna go with Naismith. I think
in regards to flexibility. So we're talking flexibility from the
flexibility.
From the 1, 2,
I feel Devin Vassell could defend, and at the 2, the 3, possibly the 4. He's lanky. He's strong too. On the offense, I like Naismith on the 2 and the 3. I mean, you put him on the 2 and the 3. You see Bojan Bogdanovic playing the 2, the 3. Bojan Bogdanovic playing power forward too. So it's like, as long as you can shoot this ball, you will stay in this league. This league is becoming less physical and more about outside shooting. So I kind of like that concept of going with what's going on today's game. And today's game is more about who can shoot the 3. How well can you shoot the 3? How much more can you shoot the 3? You know, and you know, people like James Harden and the rest of the NBAs are pushing that. Hey, shooting the 3 ball. So I like that. He gets you steals and he can shoot the ball really well. I like his interchange, and you also see Bojan Bogdanovic play from shooting guard, small forward, power forward. I will go with Naismith on this situation just in case, because it's all about the 3 ball. It's all about how well you can shoot the 3 ball if you want to stay in this league. We've seen good defenders wither out.
Okay.
You know, they just don't last long. You know, you could get them for the cheap.
I think Vassell is more versatile. He's more versatile. He can guard 1 through 4. He can switch in the offense. But to me, is with Naismith, what we see now from him is what we're going to get. With Vassell, what we see now is what we're going to get. With Naismith, there's a lot higher potential to do more. So we might say now at the moment, Vassell's the better player, but 3 or 4 years now down the line, I think Naismith's going to be a far better player.
Okay.
So for the versatile question, I think Vassell he can play the 2 and the 3. Naismith, he can play the 3. I think he's too slow for the 2. So
who's a more versatile player out of the 2? What's your judgment?
Vassell at the moment is more versatile because he can play the 2 positions. Naismith, I think, is a little bit too slow for the 2.
Okay, so that's 1 for Naismith. 1. Oh yeah, by the way, Andy wants to say he wanted to say salute to Joe Madden, his European brother. I don't know. You guys are from probably 2 different places. I think you're Irish, right? Ireland?
Yeah, from Ireland. Yeah, he's
Polish. Yeah, and Andy's from Poland. So Andy is just he's just trolling. But anyway, he wanted to say
I know Andy. Yeah,
that's one for Naismith, 1 for Vassell. So I guess Teddy or Chuck.
Teddy.
It's on Teddy because Chuck is the moderator.
Oh, so Chuck can't vote anymore?
Yes, Chuck can vote. Chuck vote is the one that counts. It's
okay.
Chuck, Teddy, and Ralph.
I guess you're trying to cheat here. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want you.
No,
all right.
All right. As far as versatile, the only thing I'm worried about with Naismith is him getting in foul trouble on defense. I could see him. The more versatile player is Vassell because he plays that role already. I feel like he plays and this is what we're not talking about. He plays with a teammate kind of like Julius Randle and Vassell with Pat Williams. I think it's going to be an easier transmission on, and this is not the RJ Barrett, I think, would work better on offense with Naismith. Let me put that out there right now. Because RJ Barrett's he needs to work on his jump shot. And he likes to slash to the basket and he can pass out to Naismith. Other than that, as far as defense goes, with Tibbs probably once.
You changed your vote right there. You just literally changed your vote right there on offense. On offense, you would work well with RJ. So on offense,
that's just one aspect. That's not going to twist.
The question is positional. The question is positional flexibility. So I think he was saying his offense and then versus defense.
Yeah, it's versatile. Ralph, I get what you're doing. I mean,
it's true. On offense, Naismith was better, and you voted Vassell.
You literally just told us you don't watch college basketball.
I don't watch that much. It's true. I didn't watch that much.
Look, I respect you, Ralph. I'm going to say this, like, from the eye test of watching both of them play, Vassell has way more versatile because of the style of play that he's at already at Florida State. He's literally going to go into where he was at Florida State and go right into the NBA doing the same exact thing.
Yep.
Now, when Naismith gets into the NBA, will he be able to adapt? Because from what I'm hearing from the shot charts, it look like he ain't hitting no mid-range shots. It looked like, I mean, you shut him down on the three. Is he just
don't hit mid-range either?
He takes it to the cup. He takes it.
I can't. I'm not talking, but just go to the Stepien article I posted again in the what's the name, so you can see Vassell shooting in the mid range. And
we got to think about this. We're talking about the Knicks right now. Our culture is going to be defense next year. Defense.
I got a Stepien thing I wanted to say too. So my Stepien thing is, if you shoot 51% from three, why do you need to use a mid range? If half your shots are going in from three.
Because it's versatility. You need more than a three.
Okay. So,
okay. Not 51%. Your boy Naismith shot 51% from three. Vassell shot 41 or 40% from three.
40, yeah. Okay.
And only had 3 attempts.
So you said Vassell again? So you said Vassell again, right?
I have to go with Freezie. I like Naismith a lot, but I got to go with Vassell on this.
Okay. So that's people in the I would ask these people, they're all over the place. So that's Vassell again who wins that one?
Yeah. So that's 3-0. That's 3-0 for Devin Vassell over Aaron Nesmith.
Freezie, you could bow out if you want, man. I don't like
No, I ain't
You're a good dude. You're a good dude. I respect all you've done for the culture, man. But come on, man. I don't like seeing my relatives just get
okay. So we'll do Chuck, you want to do 2 more?
Yeah.
You want to do 2 more?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Say RJ Barrett on a scale of 1 to 10. His offense is a 7. And his defense is a 5. So that gave him a 12, right? 7 and 5.
Mm-hmm.
With Vassell and Naismith, who has the higher number when you defense and off together on a scale of 1 to 10?
Yo, Chuck, can you say that one more time? You kind of cut off when you said that. Can you
a scale of 1 to 10.
Uh-huh.
For example, if you say RJ Barrett's offense is a 7 and his defense is a 5, his total score is 12.
Okay.
What's Vassell and Nesmith total score? Who scores higher?
You want to go Freezie?
So you want to go first?
Are you ranking offense defense out of 10 and then combine that, right?
Yeah. If you got 10 offense, 10 defense, you were 20. Like, who got the highest score?
Got you.
Okay.
Freezie, you go first, Big Freezie.
So Chuck said on a scale of 1 to 10, count offense and defense. Who would have a higher score, overall score? And he used RJ Barrett as an example, saying RJ Barrett is a 7 on offense and a 5 on defense. Right. Yeah. So what I'll do is I'll do Devin Vassell first, and then I'll do Aaron Nesmith second. Just because I did them in reverse order last time. All right. So Devin Vassell's offense, I'm gonna give him a 4 on offense. Because I don't believe in guards that can't dribble a basketball. If you're a guard, you have to be able to dribble a basketball. You know what I mean? To me, I'm old school. If you couldn't, regardless of your height, if you couldn't dribble a basketball, they made you play the 4 and 5. I don't care if you were 4'11". If you couldn't dribble a pass, you was a center. You know what I'm saying? Because you just hustle, right? I'll give Devin Vassell a 4 on that. But I'm going to give him an 8 for defense with the potential to be 9 on defense. So I'm going to give him legit. And the reason why I'm giving him an 8, because I didn't want to get into splitting numbers. I really believe he's more like a 8.5 right now coming out of college. But how that translates to the NBA, it may be like a 6.5, 7 until he can get his legs under him and maybe get in the gym and bulk up. And maybe in 3 years, he can be a lockdown defender. But right now, I'll give him an 8. Right on Aaron Nesmith, offensively, I'm going to give him a 9 offensively, and that's because it's hard for college players to average 20 points a game in college. It's super rare. I don't care what level of defense it is. The level of defense doesn't even matter. For a cat to average 20 points a game in college is a feat that you rarely see, especially in the SEC. And he did it. So I'm going to give him a 9 on offense, but I'm going to give him a 4 on defense. Maybe I would give him a 3, but I'm going to give him a 4 on defense based on the scheme that Jerry Stackhouse ran at Vanderbilt. You don't know. It's just like Elijah Hughes. You don't know if Elijah Hughes is a great defender or not because Syracuse ran the 2-3 zone. You know what I'm saying? And same thing with Vanderbilt running that weird 2-1-2 zone where sometimes cats get beat, and it was just weird. I'm gonna give him a 4 because I felt like if his defense was any good, they probably wouldn't have run the zone. But since they ran that weird 2-1-2, 1-2-2 zone, I gotta give him a 4.
What are those two? What are those 2 stars? I apologize. What is the 2 stars? So
I gave Devin Vassell a 4 on offense. And the thing is I would have, if we could have seen signs of him just breaking out of offense and doing something on offense by himself, just some one-on-one games, some back to the something, then he could have got a higher score. But unfortunately, he didn't. So you can't really judge him on stuff that we haven't seen. It's the same thing for Aaron Nesmith's defense. Like, it might be there. I doubt it. I doubt Aaron Nesmith's defense is there, just like I doubt Devin Vassell's offense is there.
So you gave him a 12? You gave him
But
a 4?
Aaron Nesmith, I gave him a 9 because it's hard to average 20 points a game in college basketball. It's just hard to do that. And I gave Devin Vassell, I wanted to give Devin Vassell an 8.5, something like that, but I'm not going to chop up numbers. And the only reason why I slid down as opposed to sliding up is because I don't think in year 1, Devin Vassell is going to be able to defend Kevin Durant's, Pascal Siakam's, OG Anunoby's, Jason Tatum's, Jaylen Brown's, and Bradley Beal's, players like that in year 1. I think he's going to get the business dealt to him early on until he gets his legs under him.
So what's the totals?
The total is, for me, Devin Vassell is 12 and Aaron Nesmith is 13. But I think it's closer than that. I didn't mean for Nesmith to win the argument. I just think Aaron Nesmith's offense is more measurable than Devin Vassell's defense at the next level immediately. Like you just don't forget how to shoot, in my opinion, versus, you know what I'm saying, can he lock down Devin Vassell, lock down wing scorers? And it's 13-12, but it's a lot closer than it could be tied, in my opinion.
So is that it? Are you done with that terrible point? I mean, with your point? So first of all, depending on where you go in college, you can average 20 points. Malachi Flynn averaged 17.8 points, something like that. Just some notable NBA draft busts. Harold Miner averaged 23.5 points per game at USC. Bo Kimball averaged 22.6 points. Let me see some other guys. You got no, not him. You have no, not pick him. I'm just trying to say some notable names. Eddie Griffin in college averaged 17.8 points, 10.7 rebounds. That's not 20 points, but you also had guys like Dwight Lamar, who averaged 31.2 points in NCAA. He was an absolute bust. Marcus Five.
You fish outlier or something?
No, I'm just naming busts who averaged more than 20 points or around there. You had Sean Respert, who averaged 25.1 points at Michigan State. You have, I believe.
Hey, how big was Sean Respert? Hey, how big was Sean Respert?
It's my point right now, sir. This is my point. Judge?
Yeah, Sean Respert was 6 foot tall.
Objection. Michael Olowokandi averaged 22 points, 11 boards, and 3 blocks in college. Our favorite, your boy Michael Sweeney averaged 18.2 points at Georgetown. This random Todd Fuller averaged 20.9 points at North Carolina State.
Any of them played, but any of them play Aaron Neesmith's position?
Adam Morrison scored 28.1 points per game. He played the 3-ish, you call it. And then you have Ed O'Banion, who played, I believe he played the 2 because his brother played with him at UCLA. No, he played the 1. I take it back, but he was a big one at UCLA. He averaged 20.4 points. So the fact that players can't average 20 points a game, it's a misnomer. It depends on where you go, what conferences you play in. If you play in the Pac-10 and you are probably a better player than the talent you're playing around, you probably can average 20 points.
Objection. Hey, so we can object right here. I cannot object because I believe Uncle Freezie said it's very hard to average 20 points a game in college basketball. Is that what Uncle Freezie said? Because somebody rewind the tape back. The Uncle Freezie said it's very hard to average 20 points a game in college basketball.
Okay, I agree. You said that. But I'm also speaking to the fact that it may not be as hard as you think it is because depending on the conference you play in, and if you're a person on that team, you can be made to be, you can have that many points. You could be extremely productive, right? So and you made another point. Damn, I want to refute that point. Damn, you made another point. I'm trying to refute, but
right away.
You made the ball handling point. So let's go to the Stepien.com for this scouting of your boy Naismith. So it says handle. His handle isn't good and needs tightening up, especially when creating for himself. But I think it's important to separate his handle into 2 areas.
So I said, and defense doesn't translate away.
Sir, this is illegal. 2 points I'm trying to go, sir. I let you go. I'm saying. So let me continue with this. Okay. I'm sorry, Stepien. He's being very unprofessional here. ISO creation handle and perimeter separation handle for Naismith. His ISO handle is not very good. His lack of burst hurts him, but he's also not very creative with his handle going downhill and more of a straight line driver who does not adjust well on the fly. Basic crosses in front through legs, etc. into a downhill attacks in a straight line is the most common dribble move used when creating for himself. Not someone who's going to piece together multiple dribble moves to get past somebody. Though he does shield the defender away from the ball, I think this is at least partially due to not being comfortable dribbling in tight spaces against pressure or even against his man sliding because he tends to shield when there's no reason to in conjunction with the ball. Doesn't really look tight on drives, getting away from him at times. So I do not think Devin Vassell has advanced dribbling skills, but it is not as if Naismith has any better. I would even say he has worse because I've seen Devin Vassell at the very least, even though he plays very straight at times, triple threat and try to shimmy and drive to the basket. Now, when he drives to the basket, he's fairly straight. He doesn't have these crazy Euro steps, even though I've seen him do it before. But Naismith's dribble, when you're talking about he shields himself away from the defender, that means because he knows he can't get past him, if he can't get the shot off and he's still dribbling, he shields himself to try to post and try to get space that way using his size, using his strength, meaning that he does not have he's not going to triple threat. He's not going to take you off the dribble, anything. So his dribble is even worse than Vassell's. So when it comes to the scores, I give this for Naismith. I think Naismith as a scorer, I think he has a bona fide skill to be able to hit threes. In the NBA, will he go because of his high usage? Now, if he had a usage of say 20 and he was giving me that same production, now like that's a bad mother effort, man, because that means if he gets that type of usage in the NBA, say low high teens or whatever, and he's doing that, being able to hit those threes with that proficiency, then it's like, all right, he could just slide in, play off ball guard, and then develop his skills later on, but he's still contributing 3 or 4 threes a game, right? With Naismith on offense, I'll give him a solid 7 because he's doing what he's doing at a high level, but we do not know how that's going to translate to the NBA because he's not going wherever he's going. Given the fact that he's not even being considered in the top 10 or even 15, he's not going to be a guy that you're going to take him and say, "Oh, we are building around him," or he's going to be one of our main cogs on offense. He might be even put into a situation where because he's not being utilized as a main guy, his usage rate is not that high. He might come in and his shooting might not be good because he may need to get in rhythm. He may be that focal point of offense. For his defense, I'm giving him a 4. I would have even given him a 3, but I don't want. I'm gonna give him a 3. I've seen him play defense. It's not impressive. His hips, not to say he looks heavy, but his body type just doesn't scream like this is a guy who's going to play long and disrupt you. I've seen him get bodied. I've seen him get dominated regards to guys backing him down. He's just not a good defensive player. So I give him a total of, what is that, 7 and 3? That's 10. Now, for Devin Vassell, I would say offensively, I'm giving Devin Vassell a 7, right? And you say, why are you giving the same as me? Because of his versatility on offense.
Yeah, you're trying to choke me out.
Judge, this is Judge, you take a very unprofessional behavior, sir.
Okay, good.
And so when I say that, because yes, he does not shoot the 3 at as high of a higher level as Mason, but his game, given the fact that he still shot 40% from 3 with a good amount of attempts in an offense where he was not the focal part of the offense. Again, that offense was a lot of cut inside, a lot of through Patrick Williams. It wasn't predicated on getting him open shots. If you watch the half-court game, if he was open and he will hit it, or if he could take a dribble and get his man, he would hit it. But he was not the main focus point in offense. At 20% usage rate, from what people have said online about FSU, where they're like, does Leonard Hamilton hate Vassell? He doesn't play him. He doesn't feature him enough. So it goes to show you that, again, Vassell's ceiling, even if the ceiling may be, he's a top-level 3D player, he still hasn't even hit that, and he's still been able to produce on a team that had a lot of talent around him. So – and the fact that he's actually taking shots in the mid-range, he's also, one thing the Knicks complain about is pace, right? You can have pace with guys who can run out. You can also create the simple fact that he's stealing the ball, and there's a lot of transition to his game in regards to defense, where he's turning his defense into offense, something that Naismith has not proven he can do consistently, right? So you talk about defense and turning to offense. First of all, you're stopping somebody else from scoring, and then you're scoring yourself. That makes that you can run teams out in terms of destroy their stamina and endurance. You can make them really tired. You can make them really sick about a guy who's 6'7" with a close to 7-foot wingspan defending you at half court. You know what I mean? Shoots in the mid range, finishes well at the basket, and can shoot the 3. And he has tenets of his game that says that he could be a good post-up player. So I give him a 7, just like I give Naismith, because as much as I can't, Naismith, you have to put a discount to it. With Vassell, with how he was used, there's a premium because he fits so well. He will come into any NBA team that needs an attacking wing that can shoot and create and defend, and he fits in perfectly, right? His defense, to me, I would say is an 8, right? Again, it's a long player. Again, I agree with you because that team played a lot of zone. We can't sit here and say, he's going to be a perfect NBA defender. We don't know. We have to see how. But if you have the fundamentals, if you have the peripherals, right? So his peripherals is size, speed, not speed, but athleticism and speed. He's not fast, but he's lanky, long. He takes long steps. He can get to places relatively easy. And the guy, I think he's the highest rebounder on his team, and he's a guard. The fact that he's ranked in several defensive categories. I mean, I'm giving him an 8 straight up because I feel like if he gets an NBA, again, how many guys do you know? There are a lot of guys in NBA that they may be 6'5", 6'6", but their wingspan isn't that, right? And the fact you have a guy whose wingspan is that ridiculous, right? He's going to make it hard for guys to shoot over him as long as he's in their face. And I've seen it time and time again. Now, if he gets a point guard on him and a point guard can't cross him over and get past him, he's going to block or defend every shot at a very high level, right? And the weak side defense, again, is one of his major strengths. So again, I give him a 15. So that's 15 out versus 10 easily.
So right now, you said he's better than RJ Barrett is right now. Chuck said RJ Barrett
I'm just
he was saying that as an example. He's saying that example. He's saying
that was just an example.
Don't try to change it up, sir. Don't try to change it up.
No. Okay. All right. I'm just going by the numbers. I just got raw data right here. I just got numbers. Okay. Yeah. Hey, so we'll say you, Raphael.
I'm gonna start with Naismith. Naismith on offense, I want to give him an 8 or a 10 because he can shoot it. I believe in his shooting. And on defense, I agree. His defense, I can see. I mean, even though he's getting on DraftNet, he's getting Robert Covington comparisons. I still need to see more. I'm not really sold on him because of his defense, even though he got Robert Covington comparisons. So on his defense, I'm gonna give him a 5, and on his offense,
I'll probably sorry. This is Vassell or Naismith. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. So I'm talking about Naismith. Naismith defense, I give him a 5, and his offense, I want to give him a 10. I mean, his shooter, I trust his shooter. I trust his shooting mechanics. I like his usage rate. I like that he can. I trust the makeup of Naismith. I trust the makeup of that he can. His shooting mechanics, his skills. That he's a prolific scorer. I like Naismith. So I'll give him about, let's just say 8 or 9 on offense and shooting the ball, and his mechanics. I give him that, like about 8 or 9, and a 5 on defense. Vassell, I'm kind of underestimating his offense because it's fair, it's true. Like this guy still shot 40% from 3, and he does defend he does defend. So that, and so if you want to put that in context, that's a good argument. A defense, I did say Vassell's a better defender than Aaron Naismith. And on offense, like Teddy's saying, he doesn't have that high usage rate. He also, so if he transitions to any team, not just the Knicks, it's not like he's gonna come through like shooting it up like Aaron Naismith made. Even though I feel like if Aaron Naismith goes to the NBA, I feel like he's gonna make it more. Like if I'm gonna trust somebody to get the shots up and to make them, I feel like I trust Aaron Naismith on the fourth quarter. I trust him. I feel like I'm gonna trust him more. But in terms of value, we're talking about offense and defense. Defense, I mean, you can't go lower than a 7 or 8 on a Vassell. It's just impossible. It's not fair. It wouldn't be fair. And on offense, right? And to Teddy's argument that he was bringing in about usage rate and how easy he could transition to another team, it might be easier for Devin Vassell to transition to any team and also still make 40% of his shots. So that's easy, another 7 or 8, and that's just the beginning. That's not even me watching many highlights of Devin Vassell and getting into that situation. So I think easily Vassell wins this argument because of he shoots 40% from 3 and he does play good defense. But I just feel like with Aaron Naismith, when it comes to fourth quarter and it comes to like somebody who I'm gonna trust in getting shots up, I'm gonna trust Naismith for those buckets and to beat the opposing team.
Ted.
You made some good points, Ralph. As far as I'm gonna start with Naismith first. I think he is a gunner. He's a certified 3-point getter. The only thing I'm scared of with Naismith is he gonna be predictable when he gets into the league? Because off watching him, he goes off the screens and he may hit one dribble and shoot. A lot of these teams are gonna be so prepared for him that's the only thing I'm worried about with Naismith. Like he may be a little too predictable on offense. So even though we're ranking his 3-point shooting high, that may be all he's about. Unfortunately, until he gets a tighter dribble and years down the line, he may be the best prospect as far as upside goes. Right now, though, I'm gonna say Naismith as far as his 3-point. Because this is 3-point shooting league now. I'm going to give him a 7 as far as he can fit into a role on an NBA team as far as offense goes. It's hard to even give him a 7, but I'm going to give him a 7. Naismith's defense I think he may have the defensive IQ, but I think his footing is going to be super slow. And I think he's going to get beat a lot. And a lot of unnecessary fouls, maybe. I don't know. We don't know how he is on pick and roll yet either. Like, we don't know how he's going to be yet as far as defense goes. We know his offense. He's going to shoot that three. He's going to be good. Defense, I'm going to give him a 5. Just to be modest. I'm going to be modest. I want to say 4. Don't get me wrong. I want to be modest. I'm going to give him a 4. We got to be real, man. Like it.
Right.
All right.
Like,
12.
Defense is the hardest position to play in the NBA because of how strict. I mean, they call it so tight now. This is the league now. Vassell offense, I'm gonna give him a 6. But his defense, I gotta give him. Man, watching him, it's levels to this. I'm gonna give him a 7 as well because I want to say 8, but he's gonna, it's such an offensive driven league, and he's gonna be a rookie. He's not gonna get his calls at first. It's gonna be a whole lot of bull that he has to go through to show that this is the defensive man, and you gotta respect his defense when he first comes to the league. So overall, I think Vassell. Ooh, I think I got it at a tie. Actually, I think I actually got it at a tie.
I don't blame you.
Like. As far because Naismith's 3-point shoot, watching him shoot the 3 is beautiful. Like he reminds me of a.
And we got slashers too. We already got slashers in this team.
Yeah, the only problem is the level of play. Like Naismith, don't get me wrong, he can shoot the 3, but in the NBA, they so ready for the 3-point shooters now. And if he can't make a move off the dribble, it's gonna be interesting.
Who you take?
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. So
they're both 13 of you. I think you said Vassell's 7, and then his. No, I don't know what you gave him defense though. Sorry, you said no. Vassell, his offense is 6, but his defense is 8.
Yes,
that's 14. And then you said Naismith was 5 on defense, but 8 on.
I gave him a 7 on offense.
7 on offense. So
7.
Oh, so still higher. All right, thanks. All right.
Naismith, offense, 8. Defense, Naismith, defense, 3. Vassell, offense, 6. Vassell, defense, 8. 11, 14.
Devin Vassell again.
It's Freezie. Look, we could do arbitration and you could just concede, man.
The last question is upside.
Oof.
That's a tough one, though. That's going to be a tough one.
That will be a tough one, though. I'll definitely give you that. Do I go first or Freezie goes first in this one?
I think you go first.
Oh, you want to
go? I think you go. No, you go first this time, Guillermo.
All right. So with upside, right? I'll say this with regards to how the NBA is going, right? I don't think neither guy is going to be a superstar. I don't think neither guy is going to be a high-level star, right? Because just naturally, Vassell, they're not twitchy. They don't have an ISO component to the game where, they can take guys on. And you're looking at them like a Steph Curry. You're looking at them like a Kawhi Leonard. You're looking at them even like a LeBron James, AD. They don't have that dominance factor to the game. So, I'm cutting off the ceilings in regards to, comparing them to that. Now, with how the NBA is going, right, there are many more guys, even guys that have been drafted fairly high, but they didn't get to that plateau. There are many guys in the NBA who've made a living, and they are highly respected and highly desired by other teams because they are elite or very good 3-and-D players. When you're talking about the guys that some of the best wings you got to play in the game, what are some of these offensive teams loading up on? 3-and-D players. Why is Robert Covington, highly regarded? Because they're 3-and-D player. Trevor Reason when he was healthy, 3-and-D player. There are a lot of guys in the NBA where it's like, okay, he may not be this or that, but we need him because he can hit the 3 and he can defend at a high level, right? And there are plenty of other guys I can mention in the league. I'm just going through a brain fart right now. But in terms of just specialists, right, and maybe there's a race factor to it, right? Because I think, like, if you're a white dude who can shoot, you get around like a Kyle Korver or JJ Redick. But if we just, but you get maligned if you're freaking Buddy Hill. But that's another topic for another day. But a guy like Buddy Hill, right, who's just known for his offense and no defense. I mean, that team has been probably since Yoger, the coach who had an issue with him. He's been, I won't say on the trading block, but for a guy who's shooting 40% from three and averaging 20 points a game, he's not really impacting that team where you could see a future with those guys being in the playoffs, right? They had that 1 year, maybe 2 years ago, where they almost got into the playoffs, but they didn't. And now you're looking at an $85 million albatross in Buddy Hill's contract, despite the fact that he can still shoot the shit out of the ball, and he's not regarded as versus the many other 3-and-D players in this league that they're very productive. And sometimes I'll say, look, you got to find your way, but even a guy like Mikal Bridges, right, who had to take a few years to get to where he is, now he's looking like a main cog on that team. Kelly Oubre, who we talked about, coming from the Wizards, right? And Kelly Oubre is more talented than Devin Vassell, but he's seen as a high-level 3-and-D player, right? His 3% percentage has improved. His defense against wings and guards has vastly improved. Well, it's being more showcased versus when it was with the Wizards, right? And he might get a big contract from the Suns. Again, this league is based on when you talk about defense, can you guard wings and guard? Can you guard guards and wings? Right? In this league, Devin Vassell's defense is always going to be there. Now, all you have to do is just make sure, okay, his 3-point shooting is there. He has a form to do it. He has the fundamentals to do it. He's did it in a tougher league, and he did it where he was not a part of. He was not the main guy on offense, so he already knows how to play the ancillary, the secondary.
Did you just say Devin Vassell has the form to do it?
Yes,
I'm asking.
Yeah, you can go to the step in and they'll break it down. Again, I've watched a bunch of his games. Literally, talking about the form to do it. If you shoot all it matters is can you get your shot off, right? Larry Bird used to shoot like this, and he's one of the greatest shooters of all time. Sean Marion used to shoot like this, and he shot. I don't know how much he shot from 3 those years, but he's regarded as one of the top 3-and-D players in the league, right? Kevin Martin used to shoot like that weird shit when he was with the Wolves, and he was shooting at being close to 40%, right? And he doesn't have a slow load-up time. And again, when you talk about a guy like Devin Vassell, since people are talking about fouls, if a guy's pulling it from here, right, and I'm trying to block it, I'm probably more apt. If he fakes it, I'm more apt to foul him because I know it's going to be pulled from here. So I'm going to put extra effort to try to block it. So again, the form thing, it's a misnomer, right? But back to what I was saying about him, right? He's gonna have more value right away in the NBA, given his role. And again, he's been doing this role at FSU, right? And even at FSU, you could say that his what's name's been capped because if he goes to a team like the Knicks who need 3-point shooting, badly, he's gonna have the opportunity to hit 3-4 threes a game. How many times have we watched nonstop 24 minutes and only score 5 points? And he had open shots. You know what I mean? You put Devin Vassell in that same spot and a guy who can shoot three, say he's shooting 37% from three his rookie year, 36% from three, which is league average, right? You're going to see more value in him than you've seen in any other player on the Knicks team, maybe outside of Mitch and RJ, if you want to say that. But even compared to those guys in terms of efficiency, Vassell will be more effective being able to hit those open threes. And that's as a secondary, tertiary guy, not as a primary guy on offense. Naismith has to adjust to that. He has to find a team where it's like, okay, we're gonna compromise the fact that you don't have good defense, but we think that your shooting is so paramount to us winning. Please tell me any other players in the NBA who are on winning teams where all they're asked to do, and they're the main scorer, and they can't defend, they can't do anything else but shoot threes. On winning teams, you can't find that. So to me, Devin Vassell, I won't say that he has this ridiculous ceiling. I think he has a higher floor, but I think his ceiling is decent that at the very end, you can see a Trevor Ariza type. And again, I love Trevor Ariza when he was on the Knicks, and I wish that we never traded him. I hated Larry Brown when he traded him. And I think that he probably would have grown into a 2A type of star, not like a 2B-ish type of star, where it's like he's extremely productive. He's good for the Knicks. He may not be a superstar, but he's a star for the Knicks type of player. That's how I see Devin Vassell being. But Naismith, he's going to struggle to where a team is going to invest their time and resources and say, we're building around him, but he's a limited player. He can only shoot threes. You don't find that in the NBA. So that's my case.
Damn. Close argument with a motherfucker. Hey, get on the your ass. Dog, you like Matlock.
I watch a lot of
You like Matlock with that argument.
I watch a lot of
Hey,
Law
but
and Order.
I'm gonna say this. Yeah. I'm gonna say this about Neesmith and Vassell. I'm gonna just make it quick. I think a lot of times we think athleticism, like Nerlens Noel, Markelle Fultz, DSJ, Malik Monk, Kevin Knox, like stuff like that, equates to high upside in the NBA. And I believe it doesn't. I believe upside is the ability to improve on valuable and discernible skills. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I feel like either you can play or you can't. It doesn't necessarily have to be all athleticism. I think we look at Michael Jordan and LeBron James and feel like if you don't have elite athleticism, then you're not going to be the guy. I don't necessarily agree with that. I feel like if you have one skill and you are great at it, I think that improves your upside in the NBA. Like if you're a 50% 3-point shooter in college, if you take 123-point shots, if you take 120 3-point shots and you hit 60 of them, that's not a small sample size. You've taken over 100 3-point shots and you made 60 in 14 games. To me, that's incredible. That means you're making more than 4 3-pointers a game in your small sample size. I think cats like Devin Vassell are a dime a dozen. Yeah, we've seen them drafted in the last few years. We've seen them drafted, but called by different names. I think last year his name was DeAndre Hunter. The year before that, his name was Kevin Huerter. And those dudes didn't do diddly poo with that, my elite defense of such and such, and I can knock down a three at a high rate. All you turn out to be is Kevin Huerter. Are the Knicks looking to draft Kevin Huerter at 8? Is that what you want to do? Same height, 6'7", extended wingspan, blah, 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 defensive numbers, blah, 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 blah. And you get to the NBA and you're DeAndre Hunter. Is that what the Knicks want to do? Or do you want to draft a cat, you know what I'm saying? Or do you feel like a cat like Aaron Neesmith, who maybe has the upside of a Buddy Hield, a Joe Harris. And people will say, well, oh, Buddy Hield, Joe Harris, all they can do is shoot. Think about what you just said. All they can do is shoot. The name of the game at the end of the day is put the ball in the basket. It's called basketball, not ball basket. You know what I'm saying? The dude brings discernible skills to the basket. He shoots the three. He shoots from the floor at a high rate, and he converts his free throws. What else do you want your players to do? And then on top of that, he had a coach who was bad for him, bad for the team. That's why he got fired, right? They bring in a guy who a former NBA assistant coach, unlike Aaron Neesmith, to the point where a man averaged 23 points a game. What's going to happen when Aaron Neesmith gets a high-level NBA coach? I'm here to tell you that he'll be unlocked again, and you'll see other skills brought to the table. So now you're not talking about just like 23 points a game in college. You might be talking about 18, 19, 20 points a game in the NBA. If unlocked, if going to the right team, if he's there, if Tom Thibodeau is a good coach, if Aaron Neesmith goes to a team with a good NBA coach. I mean, he got a high-level NBA assistant coach to coach him in college, and he went from an also-ran to a guy that we're talking about right now. That's all I'm going to say about that. Kevin Huerter. Would you have Kevin Huerter at 8?
Should I go? Or,
Yeah.
Okay,
Anyway.
I'll go?
Mm-hmm.
I heard everything. I just want to know who has the high upside. The high upside, man. Like I said before, man. I told Teddy, man. I feel like when the Knicks start going to the fourth quarter, I want Aaron Naismith to shoot it. That's where I want the ball to go. And we have RJ, who's a great slasher, who can be a great slasher and playmaker. I feel like possibly RJ with his playmaking skills, and Aaron Naismith, who has experience in being high usage rate, he's gonna be like, yo, man, I know about this, man. I'm ready for this. And let me get the ball. I'm gonna shoot it. That's something that I liked about Trier when he was here. Trier, he didn't have no fear. Trier came through. He's gonna come. He's gonna shoot. Whoever's the opposing team, you're gonna know who he is. I want somebody who's gonna have that kind of characteristic. That except he has a 50% 3-ball shot, and he has the usage rate. So he has a small sample size of. Okay, you have a little bit of experience of what what you can be. Now in a higher level, you can expand on your game on the summer, like now and this, that, and third, and get ready for the NBA. And teams are gonna gear up for you. But I feel like he has a higher chance of excelling because he was able to get those points and also have the usage rate. And I respect Vanderbilt. I respect them more because Darius Garland came from there. If it wasn't for Darius Garland, it wouldn't, and he was a lottery pick. I probably wouldn't say. I probably would be leaning more to Guillermo's argument. But I'm starting to trust the way they're developing their players, and I'm actually really intrigued about Naismith as a prospect. And if I had to choose between somebody who's compared to Robert Covington or somebody of Kelly Oubre, I kind of like Robert Covington more than somebody who's more like Kelly Oubre, who took longer to develop. Devin Vassal's been compared to Kelly Oubre. It didn't take until he got traded from Washington to Phoenix, like 3 years after his career, or 2 years after his career, that he started actually developing. So I feel Robert Covington is a very well respected. I mean, I don't expect great defense from Naismith, but I expect a more. I expect a better player. I'm expecting a better player from with Aaron Naismith. Again, I feel like whatever team he goes to, whether it's the Knicks or if he falls to 10th place to the Phoenix Suns, he's gonna be a shooter and he's gonna know how to play defense possibly like a Robert Covington. It'll take him a longer time to play defense, but I feel like the higher upside in terms of time, because if he just stays comfortable shooting those high percentages on threes and develops different skills, I like Naismith. I like Naismith a lot. But I wouldn't be upset if I have a Devin Vassell. I wouldn't. But I'm going for there's a saying of I don't like going for a safe pick. I like going for a pick that I strongly believe is gonna that's the better pick. I think pick versus going for a safe pick. And I feel like at the moment that Naismith is the better pick and Devin Vassell is the safer pick.
Okay.
Right.
So Devin Vassell has it. Naismith has a higher upside. All right.
Yeah.
Who you got?
This is my first time hearing Naismith is compared to Robert Covington.
So I
keep hearing this comparison.
I was shocked when I read that. I was like, what?
Every time I hear it, it makes me want to literally first off, Robert Covington 6'10".
Mm-hmm.
It's just it's okay. You guys made some great points. I think Naismith, he's you can't teach shooting. Obviously, he's a shooter. My thing with Naismith is it depends on the system he gets brought into. Naismith is only going to be as good as the system he's put into. I feel like Devin Vassell could fit into a lot of different roles. If they need him just to be a defensive stopper, he's a defensive stopper. They need him just to Naismith would be no.
Yeah. You like, hey, he can fit anywhere, and then you said if they need him to fit in defense,
because I want to talk offense. I want to talk offense too, though, because if they put let's just say they play Devin Vassell as a slasher, he could be the slasher. Can Naismith be the slasher, or is he just strictly corner 3-point shooter? That's the upside I'm thinking of. Now, can he bulk up and work on a floater? Maybe. Can he bulk up and maybe hit a mid-range shot? Maybe. I actually like Naismith. I just see him as a one-trick pony. Devin Vassell, I feel in the league, and we're talking Knicks at that. I think he would be the better upside fit for the New York Knicks. That's what it comes down to. Now, if Naismith was on the Golden State Warriors, that'd be different.
Vassell?
Vassell for the Knicks. Yes, as far as for the Knicks. Now, if we was talking about Golden State, that's a whole different story. I think Naismith would be the perfect fit. He'd be another, or even Houston Rockets. They like to spread the floor. And
so Aaron Nesmith could be better for a championship team than Vassell for a lottery team.
You're not supposed to interrupt him. And second of all, he's talking about the Warriors because the Warriors are.
I go. My bad. Hey, yeah, you're right.
That's what you're trying to do. You, the Riddler. You finish, Teddy. Finish, Judge.
No, the case is set. The case is set already. It's already 4-0. So I mean, it's not like we can win an Aaron Nesmith thing. I'm just,
And I like Naismith. Don't get me wrong. I actually like Naismith. I think if we picked him, I wouldn't be upset.
Okay. Well, I see upside. I see upside different. I see it as how much you could fit in someone's skill set, and to me, it's like a mechanic. Naismith is that mechanic that has one wrench in his toolbox. So he only could fix a certain area on the court. Let's say the court. Where Vassell, he have the ability to fix multiple spots that's broken. So there's more to fill into his skill set. So it's like one-dimensional versus multi-dimensional.
Good point.
So to me, Vassell higher upside.
One question. I got one question for you guys. Who's going to have a higher contract, a bigger contract? Aaron Naismith in the NBA or Devin Vassell in the NBA?
I mean, it depends on. Yeah. Again, it depends on where you go. If you have a guy like Naismith goes to a team like the Warriors, and you say a guy like Klay retires or gets older, whatever. If he fills in that role for Klay Thompson, he fills that position a lot better, so he could see a higher contract. But if you have a guy like Vassell, who is a 3-and-D guy, and you always need that type of 3-and-D guy, I don't care what. Every championship team has 3-and-D guys.
Like people pay for talent. So who's gonna who
right? So it depends. If Naismith goes on a team that utilized him to that point, he might get a higher contract, right? But that's Naismith. If Naismith goes to a team like the Warriors, he's going to get a higher he's going he fills in for Klay Thompson. He becomes that guy. And remember, Klay Thompson didn't have a post-up game at Washington State. If say Naismith develops that like Klay Thompson, then obviously. All right, he's basically Klay Thompson 2.0. But Devin Vassell, I think that he will probably have a higher contract with a greater dispersion of the teams they could possibly go to. So it depends. Again, it depends where.
Klay Thompson comparison was a good comparison. That means that that's a lot of talent right there. If you're saying
sorry.
You said you compared Aaron Naismith to Klay Thompson 2.0.
I said all right, guys, please. So I said that if he goes to that team and he develops a post game and he shoots the shot at that type of clip and fits in with them, there's a lot of ifs. He's going. Why would you pick the Warriors system if you could just find the next guy to replace an aging star, and he's that same type of player? Then obviously, yeah, you're gonna pay him. Why wouldn't you? And you're still winning. The Warriors are still giving you 50, 60 some wins a game. Why the hell would I pay you? Like,
Okay.
I mean, but that's
Hey,
he
so
has
let me
to do that.
Hey, so let me put a bow on the Neesmith versus Devin Vassell thing, just so that we can move on to other stuff. So, in the argument about upside between players, y'all chose Devin Vassell over Aaron Neesmith. In terms of RJ Barrett offense to defense measurement, y'all chose Devin Vassell. In terms of positional flexibility, y'all chose Devin Vassell. In terms of offensive fit for the Knicks, y'all chose Devin Vassell. In terms of defensive fit, y'all chose Devin Vassell. So the winner of the Uncle Freezie, Aaron Neesmith versus that MFA Doom, aka Legion of Knicks podcast, aka the Ghostface Killer. The winner is that MFA Doom, Ghostface Killer, aka Legion of Knicks podcast. Hey man,
are you doing voodoo on us or something? Because why did you do this? This was not going to end well. I feel like I'm
just say acceptance speech. Hey, just shine in your glory. Just say I beat Uncle Freezie on national TV or whatever.
I'm not gonna rub this in your face. I'm just gonna ask you if you allow me to take this video and put it on my YouTube page so I could just embarrass you.
Hey, dog, you my brother, man. Hey, you legit my brother. You know what I'm saying? So anything I got, legit. The source up. Anything I got. If you want to use it, do your thing, boss. You already know that.
All right,
it's nothing but love.
The only thing I don't want to use is your shame because this is pathetic, bro. You got mollywopped, like, and what? So if you want to pick another player, we can do that. I'm not as tied to any other players. Maybe you could have because your boy. Who do you like point guard wise? We know Chuck loves Kara Lewis.
That's a good conversation too.
So who do you like, Freezie?
I kind of want to get to that. I kind of want to get to that next.
Who wants to go against Chuck? I'm going to be a judge. Who wants to go against Chuck? He loves Kara Lewis. He thinks he's the best point guard in this draft, right?
Yeah.
He thinks he's the best point guard in this draft. So who wants to go against Chuck? Regards to point guard problem.
Hey, man. Hey, I don't know. Hey, listen, Teddy. So Teddy and Raphael are my dudes, and I don't want them to get into this yet. I would rather go recruit somebody like Rick.
It's Teddy.
I'm gonna instigate it tomorrow.
Teddy's from the Natty, bro. They don't mess around out there, man. It's Teddy.
Nah, that's still though.
Who likes Frank? Who likes Frank?
Still, these my dudes. I ain't ready for them to jump out there like that. I want them. Hey, I just want them.
You know what?
I just want them to get. Nah, let them get some comfort level first. Let them get a comfort level first.
Go get Rick Ward. Rick Ward loves Killian Hayes.
Okay.
And Chuck loves Kara Lewis.
Exactly.
So if you could get Rick Ward,
and they already been beefing on Twitter about it. So they already been beefing on Twitter about it.
Freezie, please, you could put this together when you want to get Rick Ward. I want to see Rick Ward and Chuck B, and I'll get the questions for them.
And I'll definitely be a judge.
Sure.
I'll be a judge with this, man.
Yeah, but in terms of my young pit bull puppies, Raphael and Teddy, I just want them to get a little bit more comfortable first in the format, and then once they're ready, once they come into the format, then they can jump in and do whatever they want. And fellas, I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. I'm trying to, you know what I'm saying? I'm doing this like legit, looking out for my peoples.
Man, so, Freddie, Teddy, he just said you a little pup, man.
I ain't gonna lie, it's hilarious, but hey, it's his channel. I'm just saying.
Nah, I ain't telling you no. He said pit bull puppy.
He hyped. I get what you're saying.
Freezie lost tonight, man. You could be big dog, man. Freezie, he lost his throne tonight, man.
That's what I'm saying about Teddy and Raphael. I'm saying they can be the big dog, but okay. All right, well go ahead.
I'm only joking, but please go get Rick Ward. I want to see his smug Hayes love versus Carol's.
Honestly, I couldn't make the argument anyway because I like it too.
Y'all want to see the dark side of the Freezie? Y'all mess with Raphael and Teddy.
I think
y'all want to see the dark side of me. Y'all mess with my boys and see what happened.
I think Carlos has a higher floor than Killian Hayes because the athleticism is there. I think he has a higher floor, but it's going to come down to what team is going to allow him the reins because he's going to make a lot of mistakes, but it could be rewarding if you properly develop a guy like Carol Lewis. Now, Killian Hayes, again, I think there's some hype to him that might not be justified, but, Rick Warr, should have his facts down packed about, this and that about him, even though I think he used a lot of pick and roll. Killian Hayes, that is, a lot of pick and roll to get space. He's not that athletic.
Andy, I want Mark too. Andy.
Oh yeah, Mark. Yeah.
Oh my God!
Freezie. Let's see.
I've been looking for Mark.
Hold up. Who does?
I've been looking for Mark.
Mark, we can get Mark easily. I don't know Rick Warr's schedule, but we can.
He like Frank. I'm looking for all Frankers.
Oh shit! Me and you can do this.
You like Frank Ted?
Okay. No,
hey, so let me
not over Kira though.
Hey, so
I can't say that.
No. Period. You like Frank? I don't even know how to say.
Teddy loves Frank.
You like?
Look, it's about fit. It's about fit.
He don't want to admit it. Last week he was like,
he don't fit nowhere.
all right, it's about.
I like Frank. I don't care. I admit it.
You talking about?
I'm gonna hold it down.
His clothes. You talking about?
I'm definitely gonna get Mark. Mark is easy tomorrow. When can you go? Chuck? Maybe you go, Chuck. We can easily get Mark easily. So
Mark,
we can get
Mark. Mark don't want it.
Mark is a Wolverine.
Teddy like Frank. I want anybody who like Frank.
It ain't fair. It really ain't fair for you.
So Teddy, you want some of Chuck on Frank?
I go against anybody with Frank, but it's unfair because Frank is terrible. He's still raw. He went with he got like 5 coaches in 3 years. It ain't fair.
Man, I've given up the Frank fight, man.
Hey, Teddy, don't. Hey, just for the record. Don't bring if you bring that argument to the table, Chuck gonna knock your head off. And you need to bring a new argument to the table because Chuck been used to death over that same argument for 3 years.
Time out. This is all I'm gonna say. I need to see Frank this year. He got a long off season. He finally got a system that he know his role in. I want to see how he do this year before I say anything else because literally his upside is crazy because of what he did at the end with Mike Miller. The last 2 months he went crazy. He kind of did.
His last game was 1 for 7.
I'm not in this.
Hey Chuck.
At that one game he scored.
I can't defend Frank.
Maybe Teddy, you need Mark. Let Mark come in.
Mark gonna talk in circles. I don't even like Mark talking sometimes. Like Mark be talking in circles so much. Like he like, well, him and KP.
Oh my God, Teddy!
I be getting so mad at Mark sometimes.
Sometimes you need the bulldog to come in and
Mark will say anything, and he say with passion and think he right. Like Mark, that went nowhere. I be want to tell him that sometimes. Mark, that went absolutely nowhere.
Hey, well, you know what? I'm gonna do this then. Hey, I was trying to save Teddy from Chuck and Mark, but if Teddy feel like he ready, Teddy, I got your back, dog.
Now, I'm a basketball. Look, the reason I like Frank is because I'm passionate about Frank because we've been doing him dirty for so long. That's the only reason I like Frank so much. We've been doing Frank dirty for so long.
You feel sorry for him.
Chuck don't give a fuck.
You feel sorry for him?
Yeah, I think he's a good fit. As a role player. I never said Frank was a starter.
Hard, man. I
don't want Frank to go though. He's a great role player.
I think the phrase
he's not a great player. You got to be careful with the word great.
I ain't say great.
You said a great role player. Yes,
great defensive player.
He's not a great defensive player.
He's not great.
He has potential. He has potential. Great potential.
He got great potential.
You don't think he's a top 5 point guard defender in the league right now?
No.
Well, I could give you 5. I could give you 5 that are better defenders.
I want to hear this. 5 point guards is better defenders than Frank right now.
De'Aaron Fox, Ben Simmons,
Holiday.
Ben Simmons easily. Drew Holiday.
De'Aaron Fox.
Tatum is at 4. You can't really count Tatum.
De'Aaron Fox.
Who else?
Russell Westbrook is a point guard. He's better. He's a better defender than
Better defender. Okay.
Yeah. Frank. You have, like I said before, this is
Russell is a better defender than Frank.
Russell. I'm taking Russell Westbrook as a better.
Just look at the defensive. You can look it up on
Look at the stats.
Look at the defensive field goal percentage for Frank and the defensive field goal percentage for Russell, and then compare that to the field goal.
And it's gonna be kind of lopsided because the usage rate. Russell plays more minutes, but let's do it.
Frank is in the 300s defensive rating.
300, right?
300s.
Yeah. So that's what I thought. So
I gotta go to odd test, man. I go to odd test.
Yeah, I got a question. Why don't you go against Sim? I think Sim says that he's a huge Frank Ntilikina fan earlier today, right?
Yes, he is. He is a big. Chuck doesn't give a fuck.
Chuck,
y'all hype Chuck up too much. I don't like this. Way too much.
His reaction.
This is crazy. Chuck ain't said one.
Chuck is to jump on. I'm trying to tell y'all.
I didn't talk to Chuck right now. I like Chuck.
Teddy,
I didn't hear what Chuck likes.
Teddy, I told you.
Who I like?
Teddy,
Yeah, who do you like?
Let me finish. Teddy,
On the Knicks?
Teddy, I told you Frank is good at staying in front of defenders, but in terms of playing defense, you have to get steals and and he doesn't know how to manipulate the refs. Every time he tries to go for a steal, the refs are going to call foul on him. He don't got that part of his game. He still has more to develop.
That's all. Knicks haven't been getting any favorable foul calls
because they don't know. He doesn't
really getting clothesline in the air, bro.
Can we agree with this? Frank is the best defender on the team?
No.
He has more to learn on defense. He has more to learn. And you're right. He about him not getting a fair shake. He should have, if he would have had a better defender around him to teach him about playing better defense, he would have been a great defender. Even Chuck I don't think Chuck can disagree. He might, but I don't think Chuck would disagree on that part. Or anybody else.
I'll disagree.
Okay. I'll listen to your argument.
You think Frank would had they would have been, instead of Jarrett Jack, the Knicks would have gotten him a better point guard who was a better defender. You don't think Frank would have learned his defense better?
No.
Now than before? I think I disagree on that.
So that's a little unfair. You know, Frank has not gotten any development.
That's my case. I have 5 coaches.
You can't say and deny that the development for this team for the past few years.
Frank has defensive
has been poor. Now I'm not making an excuse for Frank to say that he should have been better. I'm just saying that he has not gotten any development from anybody, whether we like him as a guard or not. Come on, man. Consistent development, nah. Come on, man.
Eventually, his potential, you can tell that that's what he is, a defender. But
I want to know
I
want to know who
this level
Frank Chuck the mess with. Hey, listen, Chuck. Why don't you like Frank?
It's a natty.
Like Frank?
Why don't you like Frank?
Okay. From the beginning, first of all, I didn't watch. Yeah. But I'm gonna break down why he trash.
We got spectators. Okay, go ahead, Chuck. You got your cheerleaders. Go ahead, Chuck.
Okay. First of all, he's mad slow, right? And when you slow, you at least need a handle or a Mark Jackson type body to make up for that slowness. If you don't have a handle, so he can't back you down in a creative sense for others, and he can't go by you. He needs a pick to move. I've seen video when one guy pressed him and he couldn't get past half. Oh shit! Now he can't do nothing without a pick. He can't get his own shot. And how are you a point guard that's supposed to create for others, but they gotta give you a pick so you could create for them?
I got questions for you.
So you don't like his offense, period.
No, I don't like him, period.
I got something to say.
I hate Frank, man.
Okay, he can't get by defenders. He can't.
But you know what it is when all boys
out for it. Now, hold on. Let me go on his defense. He can't hit his feet don't move. He play defense with his hands. He's very grabby. Right? He's good when the offensive player is going east and west. When they out there doing all of that and not moving, he's good with that because he uses his arms. But once they go north and south, they decide to go by him. He's toast. So he grabs. That's where his fouls come from. He's very grabby. When people go by him, he grabs. He try to recover. I got videos of him getting dunked on, try to recover. Who was it? Murray, yeah. Murray. But his defense is very overrated. If they brought back the hand check, he wouldn't last 6 minutes. All he do is grab. Poor footwork.
Okay.
He don't have no feet. He's a stiff.
I ain't gonna lie. You had me on the offensive stuff, but this defensive stuff, you talking crazy.
Okay.
No, he's grabby. Where you think? All right, where you think his fouls come from? People going by him. He can't stay in front of nobody with any kind of speed. His defensive highlights always come versus a slow point.
Can we agree to this? Frank ain't even in his man body yet.
Huh?
Frank ain't not even in his man body yet.
He's 22.
Oh,
Just
I'm not gonna do that.
Man, been arguing this for 3 years.
What the hell his body got to do? He sucks.
Yeah, right, Teddy making the Trace argument, the Trace argument on Twitter. Him and Southside.
These guys are ruthless.
I'm ready. I want to say some stuff.
It's a bad argument because he has no development for real on the Knicks. He has 5 coaches. It's
Scrubs. We only say that about scrubs. What they
who do you like? I want to hear, Chuck. Who do you like?
John Morant.
Come on, that's my guy. Dude.
Okay, that's the best player in the league.
No, you asked me who I like. That's who I wanted in the draft.
I want to Valley.
John Morant.
I'll ask you a better question.
Morant before Zion.
Man,
Me too. I got killed for that, Chuck. I got killed.
Yeah.
I wanted Freezie, you know that. When I was on MK, like I said, I wanted Zion to be.
I'm ready. Yeah, I have a question for Chuck.
Yeah.
People don't like Frank because we should have picked Donovan Mitchell.
No, people don't like Frank because he shouldn't have been picked.
How about this?
So
Chuck, give us a point guard.
I got a question for you, Chuck. What do you think about Luka
Doncic?
Doncic?
You think has potential?
Good.
What do you think about Luka Doncic?
He's nice.
I don't even see Frank as a starter. Let's just put it up there now.
Luka Doncic is a forward playing point guard. So if you want to say Frank locked him up, Luka Doncic is slow.
Right. That's what I want to get into.
Yeah. Frank is good versus slower offensive players.
And he's very fundamental, right? Luka Doncic is a very fundamental player.
Yeah, because he's not beating you.
Game didn't he shut down Westbrook? He shut down Kemba before.
He's not trying to beat you with speed. If
Kemba's not trying to beat you with speed.
No, I'm talking about Luka.
Oh, I'm sorry, my bad.
I'm talking about Luka right now. I'm talking about Luka. Yes.
Luka not trying to beat you with speed, so Frank could check him.
If Frank don't get traded, watch how Frank is.
No.
If you don't get traded,
if Luka could, what's the difference? I mean, how do I answer that? How do I ask that question? Right, because also Luka defensively,
he don't have no defense.
Luka
don't have no defense.
So get rid of Frank.
He has a better jump shot than he's a streaky shooter.
Yes, get rid of Frank.
Okay.
He's a terrible 3-point shooter, but shooting from other spots on the floor, he's way better than Frank. He's better than Frank, period. He's just not a good player.
What about Frank as a fundamental? Does he have good fundamentals or no?
You
asked me, is he basic?
Chuck is not going to give many compliments, man.
You asked me, is he basic? Yeah. You don't have a choice but to be basic.
He's not gonna agree with you, man. Just
okay, that's fair. I take that. I'll take whatever. Basically, that's a good answer.
It's hard to defend Frank right now. I'm gonna be honest.
Right. But basically,
it really is.
Basically, okay. So if Luka Doncic can be slow,
yes,
then Frank, who's still slow, can still be effective in the NBA. Yes or no?
All right. Luka Doncic is what 6'9"?
He's 6'9". He might be. All right, my bad.
Oh, he's 6'7"?
I think might be 6'7".
All right. He got a better handle. You remember what I said before?
Well, Frank's handle is improving.
No,
Luka is at an advanced level.
Right. But right now, Frank's level handle it's significantly it's noticeable. right now.
Yeah, because it was trash before.
It was trash before, and now it's less than trash. Okay, I'll take that.
No. It was a dumpster. Now it's one glad bag.
Okay,
It's still trash.
and he's grabby on the defense.
It's very grabby, handsy.
I give
with his hand.
So get rid of Frank.
But I think
Get rid of
Get rid of Frank.
Yes, please get rid
I
of him.
don't know.
I do.
How y'all feel about that? Get rid of Frank.
I think there is a place for Frank.
Yes, G League.
Just like if you can be if Luka can be effective, Frank
He hating hard.
be effective.
What you using Luka to make the Frank case?
Well, he's a slow footer.
But he's crafty. He have a handle.
Frank is a little crafty. Frank is not crafty a little?
No, he's
I think
crafty.
No.
So that stuff he did in FIBA was a fluke, right?
The who?
That stuff he did in FIBA was a fluke, right?
I know you ain't just say FIBA.
That was a fluke, right?
Oh shit!
That's
That was a fluke, right?
All-star game. Like that's like LaMelo. That's like Melo taking credit for the Olympics. The medals.
Answer the question. It was a fluke, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Teddy is crusty. Okay.
Stop.
You know what I'm saying?
Stop. That's
Teddy,
what I'm
you better
saying.
go for his neck.
Who counts FIBA? Who counts FIBA?
Frank, when Frank has a good system, it's just we ain't been playing him right.
No,
Frank
he ain't been playing right.
A legit system.
He ain't been playing right.
He's a high basketball IQ player.
No, he's not.
I agree. He is kind of slow-footed though, but it's just now you have Luka there.
It's hard to defend Frank with all these coaches.
Yo, guys.
I think
If you was good, you wouldn't need all these coaches. Like he stinks. You blame like 5 different coaches.
We talk about it's hard to defend Frank. He's done his.
Mitch had the same coaches. What's the problem? Mitch had the same
garbage too.
Yo, guys, I gotta be out, man. I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow or today.
For a slow-footed player, I think Frank.
Yo, man,
I don't know about Frank with
Hold on for a second. Hey, y'all, hold on for a second. Let me do something real quick. Yo,
slow-footed.
hey, my man Guillermo channel needs to be. Hey, hold on, Raphael. Hey, my man Guillermo channel need to be at like 1,000, 1,200 subscribers, man. Make sure y'all go and subscribe to the Legion of Knicks podcast on YouTube. Make sure y'all follow my man Legion podcast on Sportscaster. He be on at least like 3 times a week. Make sure y'all follow him so that y'all will get the alerts when he go live. Again, hey, thank you and peace to my brother for coming on. I'm grateful.
Of course, anytime, man. And
even though along with the versus Neesmith argument. Hey, and when you get on today, man, I'm gonna try to jump on with you to try to redeem myself.
I don't know how you're gonna do that, but you could just give that up. But the Carol Lewis video is coming out tomorrow. It's done. I just literally have to just process it, and it's gonna come out tomorrow or today, whatever. So thanks for having me on.
Hey, the Devin Vassell video. Y'all check out the Devin Vassell video for my guy. Guillermo and Doom. And what else we call? Oh yeah, and the Ghostface Killer. Hey, and he was. And I'll give him credit. He was the Ghostface Killer today in the Vassell Smith argument.
That was straight murder. Terrible. Chuck.
All right. Okay, man. All right. We get it.
Chuck.
All right. We get it, man. All right. We get it.
Hey, you can't say the questions wasn't fair.
So
it was fair.
So, like I was saying though, I agree. Now with Frank with the Knicks, I don't know if the Knicks want to go with a slow-footed who was very good at fundamentals, like a Luka Doncic in that kind of game, but Luka's very smart. Frank comes from the France who are that culture is has a high IQ.
I'm gonna just say this. Let me help you out. This is the case for Frank. I just want Frank to be on the team. I don't see Frank as being like this ultimate. I think he's just a piece on a championship team. Frank defense at the end of the game, I think, is a great closing argument for a good piece.
He needs work. He needs work. You can't be saying he's a top 5 defender when he has a lot of room to grow with that defense. That defense is not ready yet. He has a lot to grow in that defense. He's not top 5.
And I'm just talking to Chuck because he hates Frank. So I'm just saying, like,
oh, I got you. I like that. I didn't catch that.
Yeah.
Right. I listen to you. Yeah. No, you're right. No.
He hates Frank.
Get out.
So I gotta talk to somebody. Like, he thinks I want to make him like an all-star. He's not gonna be no all-star.
You're right.
He's not gonna be none of that.
No, you're right.
He's not.
Let's just be realistic with Frank is.
No, hey, my thing is certain arguments that y'all bring to the table are not, you know what I'm saying, I wouldn't bring them in front of
like
Chuck.
the Neesmith conversation.
Like that. I be trying to give him props. I be trying to give him props, but I ain't trying to give him enough respect. You know what I'm saying? But the Frank argument, I would kind of keep that to myself because Chuck has slayed like at least 75 people on Twitter that I counted.
You can't defend Frank. I keep saying that. You can't really defend Frank with 6-3-3. You just can't defend that.
I agree with you on that.
You can't defend it.
And Chuck made a good point. He is very slow-footed, but I still think Frank could still be good in the NBA because he's very crafty with the ball. I think Frank is more crafty on offense in terms of passing the ball to the players.
Frank needs a system, and that's it. Once he have a legit system, that's consistent.
I think he can develop. I think he can develop in that area.
All right. You said crafty.
I'm not saying, huh?
You said crafty. You said what his assists. All his assists come on the perimeter to guys coming off picks for jump shots. He's not breaking his man down and drawing the defense and getting assists that way.
What does crafty mean? You know what?
You're the one that said it.
What does crafty mean? No, you tell me he's not crafty.
He's not crafty.
What does that mean? Crafty mean?
Paul Pierce is crafty. That's slow guys that can still get their shot off because they got a lot more.
Okay.
That's crafty. Luka. He still get a shot off. Even
the original crafty is John Stockton. That's the original crafty. He gets his shots on the floor without using, say, God-given athletic ability. You know what I'm saying? John Stockton can get whatever you want just by thinking everybody.
What about Frank shooting his mid-range? Is that crafty when he gets those mid-range shots or not?
No, it's not. That's coming off a pick. He just going around a pick and pulling up from the free throw line. What's crafty about that? He's not creating that himself. He's not beating his man that didn't get in there. Nah, he's not shaking them to get crafty. You got to do something crafty to be crafty. He's not.
According to Chuck, he's getting traded this offseason, so it doesn't matter.
You might be right. He
might not get. I hope he get traded, but he might not. But he damn sure ain't getting re-signed.
I don't think he's not getting re-signed either. I said that I was the first one to say that the other day that I don't think they're going to re-sign him.
They're gonna let him walk.
He stinks.
I said that too. And Freezie said no, that they're gonna resign him. And Teddy too.
And I meant that.
No. Okay.
I think
I keep it clear that I thought that he wasn't gonna get resigned.
He's the 8th pick, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you can't get a late 20th pick for him.
Yeah.
That's a failure.
Man, we talk about a dude that had so many.
Here's my question. I'm surprised he wasn't in the Porzingis trade. I'm surprised he wasn't there. How?
They didn't want him.
They didn't want him.
They didn't want him. He don't have a position.
I'm gonna just say this, man, and I'm gonna just put this out here, right?
Man,
maybe he's a wing player.
The whole thing coming at Chuck with the Frank argument, I wouldn't. I'm not coming at Chuck.
It's hard to defend Frank right now. You can't defend Frank right now.
He don't have a position.
But that's what I was telling y'all before y'all called out Chuck. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it ain't nothing against. I'm saying I legit seen Chuck slay like 75 people on Twitter.
And I slayed him. I slayed Freezie.
You ain't slayed. You crazy. You don't lost your mind.
I played with that Mitch Robinson garbage. Yes, I did.
Ooh, what happened with the Mitch Robinson?
He came in here talking about that 74%, and I slayed him.
Oh,
you bugging.
I told him I like James Wiseman. I told both these guys who I like in the draft is James Wiseman And
Can we ask a real question?
Because of the mid range, I like James Wiseman. He's a lefty, and he could shoot the mid range, and he could do the same thing that Mitch Robinson does. So I'm like, you know what? That fixes one problem that I need.
With all these different coaches that came in, who has actually progressed since being here? Like
Dotson.
Like any players on the Knicks you feel has gotten better?
Dotson.
I mean, Mitchell Robinson to some extent has he was
Mitch got a little better.
Mitch is
as far as development goes, y'all think like Dotson is a good.
No, we haven't drafted good. We haven't drafted good to see any big. You know what I'm saying?
Right. The thing is that the Knicks were into drafting projects. KP Porzingis was a project too. So Porzingis was a project who Stephen A. Smith dissed, and then Frank Ntilikina was a project too, and that was it's not looking so good as a pick. So when you're drafting projects, it's hit or miss.
Well, stop drafting projects in the top 10.
What do you think Tibbs is going to do with this? Under this regime, how do you see this team turning up?
I got to see the roster first, but I think Dennis Smith is going to have a bounce back year if they keep him. I think we definitely should keep Randall.
Mm-hmm.
He's the best player. A lot of people don't like him because he have a spin move, which is ridiculous.
And the beat for RJ too. So people catching feelings about that.
But you know what? RJ's a rookie. He needs to stay in his lane. That's how I felt about that.
Yeah.
But people feel the opposite. People feel like Julius Randle is. I don't feel that way, but people feel that Julius Randle should stay.
When you're in your second contract,
I feel like Freezie knows that more better than me. He could probably explain that better than me, but I don't know how to explain that. But a lot of people feel that Julius Randle should go because he had a rift with RJ. I don't feel that way. Now, I actually like Julius Randle. I actually like Julius Randle on the team, and I think he's important. And I think defense in the power forward position is overrated. Like that one reason why I like Aaron Naismith. But he's not a power forward. But long story short, I like Julius Randle on the team. I feel like you should put shooting around Julius Randle and RJ Barrett. And if you have if you do that, then the Knicks have a chance. Especially that more reason why I wanted to trade Mitch to get a James Wiseman, because that would help RJ and Julius Randle, who are like 34% three-point shooters at best. That would help out their deficiencies. So if you have Aaron Naismith or Devin Vassell who's shooting 40% from three, and you have
I think all the players that you mentioned are decent players. Julius Randle is 19-9, and for those that hate Julius Randle, those are the same numbers that Kristaps Porzingis posted, 19-9.
I got
you.
So
if Julius Randle at 19-9 is not good enough for you, then consider everybody else in the NBA that posted 19-9.
Yeah,
it's not this where Julius Randle is totally trash. He's not. If you feel like he was used in the offense. Huh?
Knicks fans don't like any player that the Knicks didn't draft.
Right. Yo, what's up with that? I don't understand that.
It's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. So they'll support 6, 2, and 3, but they want to trade 19-9.
Who had an argument with RJ? Because he had an argument with RJ, they want to trade him. Right.
Even if he didn't, they want to.
That's a good point.
Yeah, everybody look. Every free agent they want to get rid of.
Yeah.
Portis.
Hey, I kind of like Portis on a low.
I like him off the bench. I like Portis off the bench. He could hit the three.
Yep.
He could score a little bit in the post.
And he can score. He can score in bunches. When it's not Portis' game. Like Portis is 0 for 4, you can sit his ass for the rest of the game. But if he 3 for 4, he's stealing some minutes from Julius. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and people laugh at that, but that's legit. He legit roasted the Bulls. You know what I'm saying? He legit came up big in a lot of big games for us, just not consistently. And a lot of that has to do with poor point guard play. And the other thing too, we talk about We talk about spacing, and the culprit to spacing in our minds is 3-point shooting. But what we don't consider is that when one offensive player has the ball, players get bunched up. They don't abide by that 12 to 15 foot rule, where if you don't have the ball, you stay over 15 feet away from the person with the ball. Right? We bunch up. Like we do dribble handoff with guys that can't shoot. So if a guy can't shoot, why are we doing a dribble handoff when the person handing the ball off can't shoot, Mitchell Robinson, or the person getting the ball can't shoot, Alfred Payton? You know what I'm saying? And what you do is now you have one guy that can defend two other guys that are away from the ball playing center field, right? And it looks like the offense is bunched up. But what we should look at is simple things like teaching these young kids to stay 15 feet apart. That way, when Dennis Smith Jr. gets the basketball, he can use his God-given gift and get to the basket without worrying about Taj Gibson and Mitchell Robinson being in the paint where he can't beat his man off the dribble and try to yam on somebody. It's simple things like that. Like the same thing with R.J. Barrett. R.J. Barrett turns the corner off the pick and roll, and he sees Taj Gibson's man and Mitchell Robinson's man, and Julius Randle's man in the paint. Now it looks like a bowling ball going down the bowling lane. You know what I'm saying? R.J. Barrett with a full head of steam diving into bodies. You know what I'm saying? What we need to do is if we can keep legit spacing. And I saw a video. I looked at all the Knicks games from this past season, and there were times when Mitchell Robinson catches the ball on the elbow, and Kevin Knox is legit 8 feet away. You 8 feet away from Julius Randle. You and your man and Julius Randle's man are all within an 8 foot vicinity. Instead of going into the deep corner and getting that 20 foot of space where Julius can operate, or you can knock down that wide open corner three. You know what I'm saying? That's elementary school. That's high school spacing. You know what I'm saying? We talk about we need to get a dead-eye knockdown shooter. What we need to do is remember that on the basketball court, you can't have three offensive players occupying the same space.
Yeah,
it just doesn't make sense. And some of it has to do with Mitchell Robinson not shooting wide open jump shots, and some of it having to do with those projects that we draft and have low basketball IQ. You know what I'm saying? Like if you legit Dennis Smith Jr. and Kevin Knox, why are you bunched up with Julius Randle? I mean, what offensive benefit do you have? And some of that had to do with Mitchell Robinson not knowing how to set a screen. You don't run up to the screener and run straight to him and set a screen. You have to run 5 feet ahead of him and set the screen and stay there locked in and let the ball handler maneuver the screen. You know what I'm saying? If you miss, you don't make decisions on screen and roll. The ball handler makes a decision. And so you have a lot of that stuff going on with the Knicks. The Knicks are so young that when the veterans get on the floor and they see the stupidness, they just scrap the play and just try to chuck up and get their own shot. So you can't really blame Marcus Morris or Wayne Ellington when they see that. These dudes don't even know how to space the floor and set screens. They just go for their shot. You can't blame them really. But you would hope that they would learn in the offseason and with a good coach, learn these little things. That way these guys can improve and the spacing won't just get blamed on RJ Barrett and Mitchell Robinson completely.
Need a point guard, man. Need a point guard to a floor general out there.
I like Kira a lot.
Yeah.
So you got
all right. So Raphael, which point guard do you prefer?
Man, I really want Wiseman. That's what I really care about in the draft. But if it's
I just asked you what point guard.
But if it's point guard, if I want point guard, I mean, first I'll go with Killian Hayes or RG Hampton.
Whoa.
Okay.
Hampton at 8?
He's athletic.
At 8 though?
I don't mind trading down to get him. If I could trade down to get some pieces.
You don't want no pieces in this draft.
No, I mean if I could trade down with Boston, like Teddy was saying. I mean
that's what Freezie.
Freezie was saying trading down for Boston's 14th pick. and getting their 3 extra picks, the 14.
But I say that with the mindset that at 14 I'm taking Terrell Terry.
Okay, but that's
If
okay. But
I'm taking Terrell Terry.
Okay, you cool. You'll take Terrell Terry, but I'll take RJ Hampton at 14.
Okay. All right.
Respect.
Hey, duly noted. Duly noted. That's a good point. So, I mean, my only thing is
see RJ Hampton as he's a project. I think you put him in the G League if you draft him. Honestly,
I don't know. So, I kind of like that combination of RJ Hampton and RJ Barrett at the backcourt.
You just like the RJ, right?
I think
maybe right
or like Ralph. I like LaMelo. I do like LaMelo. Don't get me wrong. He just got
going to trade up for him.
I like
LaMelo.
I like LaMelo a lot. He got high bust material though. That's the problem I can have with LaMelo.
Extra high.
Yeah. He a risk.
So Chuck and I was in a conversation, and I told Chuck that my man can either be Jason Kidd or Michael Carter Williams, right? And based off of his body language and work ethic that I've seen in the media, I think the dude might be more Michael Carter Williams, right? Because on tape, even though he has excellent court vision and passing ability, you don't see any raw physical talents like if say for instance, even if Kira Lewis never learns how to be a floor general, he is still, his ass is still gonna be fast. You know what I'm saying? So like even if he don't learn it, and I'm not saying he will, or he won't. I'm just saying in the case that he doesn't get it, if things don't click, he has other talents that he can bring to the table.
I think the thing that separates LaMelo and Michael Carter is that we didn't realize Michael Carter was as like he was kind of. Was he really a good passer? I mean, let's be honest. Like that was like generational type. When I see LaMelo pass, I see LeBron pass this type stuff. I see like, I don't know. He just see the floor. I just see him seeing the floor different. I could see him making players at least better. Did Michael Carter actually make players better?
I don't know. And overall, probably no. But Michael Carter Williams is still in the league, though.
You're right.
You know what I mean? So I'm not saying like I'm not dissing LaMelo. What I'm saying is guys, the taller they get, they don't generally get faster. Like you don't see guys at 6'7" point guards are not generally the fastest point guards in the NBA. Usually that's reserved for dudes that are like 6'2", 6'3", 6 foot, something like that.
You think the level of competition he's playing in Australia compared to the college game here was up to par?
No, I think that league was trash. I think that league was garbage. And the fact that LaMelo Ball only shot 32% from the floor in the worst league in the universe kind of sends off a red flag.
The worst league in the universe?
In the universe. I think the Guardians of the Galaxy had a better basketball league.
Like I said, it's a huge gamble. Now, I personally, I'd rather get Kira and feel safe knowing what I'm getting. But if LaMelo falls to us, that's
think about this. And even in that terrible league LaMelo played in, he didn't average double-digit assists. In that terrible league, he didn't average double-digit assists. Right? He shot 25%. He shot 25% from three in that terrible league. You know what I'm saying?
It's hard to get assists when your teammates are terrible too, though.
Well, good point. But my overall point though is against lesser competition, he should have been eaten. You know what I'm saying? Because even if his assist wasn't high, his scoring average should have been through the roof, and against lesser competition. You know, because the thing that we need, and most NBA teams look for, is that alpha, that dog eat dog mindset, that you know what I'm saying, that killer be killed mindset. And
I see Kira I see Kira as a steal. I just see a steal. I see still potential with him so much. When I watch him play, like his Euro steps, his off the dribble with both hands, it just that's something special, man. You can't teach stuff like that. I almost see like the speed of like John Wall, but like craftiness of a Jamal Murray. Like it's like I like him a lot. I like him a lot.
All right.
Would you
I
take
want
him
to
over?
look back
Would you
at this.
take him
I
over?
want to look back a year from this and talk about this again.
Yeah, I like Kira a lot, man.
Yeah, I want to see who was right, who got it right, who got it wrong.
Yeah.
Well,
All right. So
go ahead. I'm Kira 100% too.
I think LaMelo, he got to be in the right situation. Like, he got to go through like a year of growing pains, in my opinion, like major growing pains.
So Kira doesn't. Kira doesn't have to go through growing pains.
His speed, man, speed kills, man. I just think his speed, he'll be all right. It just is his IQ. We don't know how his IQ is truly in the NBA yet. Like, is he seeing the passing lanes? Is he seeing little stuff though that could be fixed with watching tape? But LaMelo, his shooting is so it's bad. It's just for what it is.
I'm gonna be honest, and I'm putting my name out there too, but I would consider Trey Jones. I mean, we're not an 8.
Oh, man,
In the first round. I'm sorry.
I can't mess with Trey.
At 27,
I don't like Trey at all.
No, I can.
No. When I watch him, I just first off, every time I hear a commentary talk about his game, it makes me mad because I'm watching the same game as y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
He played with RJ Barrett. He played with RJ Barrett on.
That means nothing to me. I'm gonna be totally honest. Like, I think they hyped his brother up, and he part of the family. I get it, but
right.
Like when I see Kira play, that's something different, man. That's like, and he played for Alabama. Who plays on Alabama?
I like Alabama. I like Colin Sexton.
The reason I like Kira so much is because he had Avery Johnson's tutelage. That's why I like him so much.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But,
well,
I stick with I stick with my guns. I got to stick with my guns, and that's.
I think we'll pick him at 8 too. I think that's who we picking.
I hope so.
I wouldn't be upset. I wouldn't
be taking Kira at 8.
Yeah, I wouldn't be upset.
They whining and dining him already.
Yeah, that's true. You made a good point last time. That's true. I wouldn't be upset.
They had dinner. They talking to coaches. They talking to parents.
Mm-hmm. So you think
high school coaches?
We draft Kira at 8. You think Frank and DSJ and Alfred Payton is still here?
DSJ and Alfred's gone.
I think Frank is gone.
He might be.
Frank and Peyton.
I just think Tibbs led defense too much to let Frank go.
Oh well, his defense over.
Yeah.
I think he like DSJ athleticism.
I think he probably remind him of like a little flashy of a little bit of Derrick Rose in there. I could see that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He got to step up. DSJ got to show up. Like during this off season, he better be showing out this whole summer.
I'm gonna be honest.
Off season.
If we draft Kira at 8, I'd rather just revamp the whole point guard, all of them. Just have Kira and one veteran like DJ Augustine. Like I think I've heard Freezie say, I'd rather just get Augustine and Kira and get another guy and just work it out like that. Like just
I never liked DJ Augustine.
Start new.
I don't want him either.
And I use DJ Augustine in context, like just a veteran point guard that Tibbs have a relationship with.
What about
somebody that can relate?
Now, if Russell on the team, Russ and Kira would actually be kind of good together.
Who?
If we end up picking up Russell Westbrook this all season, I think Russ and Kira Russ would do Kira some good.
I like that conversation. Well, that's maybe why the Knicks are linked to Russell Westbrook then, because they know they're going to draft Kira Lewis, and Russell Westbrook and Kira Lewis.
I'm gonna say this. I think the Knicks are dead set on getting Westbrook, right? And the reason why I think they're dead set on getting Westbrook is because of anybody of all the point guards that Thibodeau had success with. He had a bouncy, athletic point guard that can create his own shot and create for others. And while I'm not calling Russell Westbrook Derrick Rose, I will say this: both of them have won MVP in this league, that playing a high level of offense and defense, right? But if you bring in Russell Westbrook, you have to give up some stuff. And in the Westbrook deal, you're probably giving up Knox and Frank, maybe DSJ. When you bring in Russell Westbrook, knowing that you're probably going to keep him for at least 2 seasons, you have to clean up the depth chart and get a backup point guard behind him. There's no grooming another guy. So if you get a Westbrook, then I don't know how the Kira thing will work out. I would love to get a Kira Lewis Jr. and have him be Westbrook's backup for these 2 years, right? But Russell Westbrook is in his prime. He's 3 years away from winning the league MVP. You know what I'm saying?
They can actually play together.
Right, but my thing is, so when Kira Lewis is on the ball, what does Westbrook do off the ball?
Westbrook was off the ball with Harden.
Exactly, his numbers. Yeah, that's my point. He wasn't as effective. I like Kira more off the ball with Westbrook on it. You know what I'm saying? I like Kira Lewis taking advantage of
that's shooter.
Yeah, and I'm not saying full time. I'm not saying turn Kira Lewis into a 2 guard. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying running 2 point guard sets is what I'm saying. When you have,
I'm seeing this differently. I'm seeing this differently than you, Freezie. I'm seeing that New York fucking spotlight. Just throwing a rookie into that. Boy, that's a lot to take in. Now, if he got Russell already established, he the man. He can just easily groom him into being a leader. I like that position better than him going in there and being the starter right off rip. Because the New York fans, the media, that's a whole lot to take in for a small town guy from Alabama.
Yeah.
It's gonna be different. It's gonna be different with the COVID though.
Yeah, with no fans. So I think you know what, you could easily adapt into it. You're right, but we also think the season's starting fast this year.
Yeah,
you got the draft within the season. They got a month.
Yeah.
So that's tough for any rookie that's coming in this year.
Yeah, and so Sima and Andy both kind of agree with what I was saying about Westbrook wanting to be on the ball. And so I'm assuming that in that scenario where you have Kira Lewis, Kira is going to get backup minutes at point guard and play off the ball along with Westbrook, because Westbrook, when on the ball, is an MVP caliber player. You know what I'm saying? And that's something that the Knicks hadn't had in New York since Clyde Frazier, a point guard that's an MVP level cat. So in terms of the Westbrook coming to New York, I think that's about 70-30. I think it all depends on what we want to give up to get Westbrook. Because he has no other options. Like, he's not going to Milwaukee, he makes too much money. He ain't going to the Clippers, he makes too much money. New York is the only alternative. Or New York would be in a 3-team deal. And why would New York help another team get Russell Westbrook and we don't get anything in return? So I don't even see him in a 3-team deal.
Yeah, Jordan won him.
You hear?
In Charlotte, right?
Yeah.
But what does Charlotte give up to get him?
Everything they want.
But their roster is just like ours. And the only difference is we have draft picks. I mean,
I feel like salary dump anyways. We're talking to Houston like he a salary dump.
I mean, but I mean, if he a salary dump, you still have to, does Charlotte have to give Houston something? Like, what do they give? Do you give them Terry Rozier, Devontae Graham, Miles Bridges, the number 3 pick?
You don't give up Bridges. They may give up Bridges. They may give up all that. Knowing Charlotte, I just like Charlotte would be a bad trade. They give up. They'd be the New York of Melo days. Like they give up everything for.
No, they'll probably trade Cody Zeller. They'll probably trade Bismack Biyombo.
They say whatever you want, as long as we get Westbrook.
Simba saying, I don't think a Paul George for Russell Westbrook deal gets done because Paul George wanted to go to the Clippers anyway,
and Kawhi wanted his boy to be there.
And then if you trade him to Houston, he's going to be gone in free agency the next year. You know what I'm saying? So do you trade Russell Westbrook for a dude that's only going to play 1 year and leave?
It seemed like it's a match made in heaven for him to come to New York for some reason. It just seemed like that's where it's headed to. And this is another thing we should take into consideration is that the draft is before free agency. That's what's going to kind of mess up a lot of things. Like who we going to draft if we don't know if we going to hit in free agency.
Here's another thing too. Speaking of people talking about going to the Clippers, I wouldn't be surprised if Kawhi Leonard, I feel like he's done with the Clippers, bro. I could see Westbrook going to the Clippers, and it's possible that Kawhi Leonard's done. I think he's so shocked that he didn't make it to the finals.
It was the first year.
He's from out there too.
Yeah,
from out there. His
I wouldn't
family.
be surprised if he just dips.
Not after 1 year.
You know, Kawhi Leonard's quick to jump.
If anybody's gonna leave, it's gonna be Paul George.
Yeah,
and they just changed.
It should be Paul George, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's Kawhi Leonard.
No, I think they want to run that back. I think they
they felt like they should have won.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, they're gonna run that back.
All right, but
yeah, I think
Kawhi Leonard's going to jump ship already. I feel like he's gonna jump ship again.
And did y'all see that ESPN mock draft?
Yeah, that was terrible.
Tyler, what?
Yeah, I don't want him.
That's scary.
I don't know why I feel compelled to say this every time, but if the Knicks, goddamn it, if the Knicks draft Tyrese Halliburton, dog, I swear to God, man, I'm jumping out of plate glass window. Man, listen, I don't want another Frank Ntilikina, and I know y'all gonna be like Tyrese Halliburton is not Frank Ntilikina. And listen, I've been watching basketball for over 50 years, man. Listen, I know what I see when I see Tyrese Halliburton. Right now in college, he can't get to the basket. Right now in college, he weighs 172 pounds. And people think his game is going to translate to the NBA. 6'5", 170.
Secure anyways.
Man, look. And people will say, well, his basketball IQ is high. I've heard this thing 1,000 times with cats, and they get to the NBA and don't do nothing. You know what I'm saying? You have to have at least two discernible skills, two standout skills in order to make it in the NBA, right? Let alone be a star. This dude, Tyrese Halliburton, don't tell me about no basketball IQ. I don't want to hear it. I already heard this mess before with Frank Ntilikina's, all these dudes, Jeremy Grant's. Jeremy Grant was at Notre Dame for 5 years and his basketball IQ, and he come from a basketball family. I don't want to hear that no more, dog.
Who's the perfect fit for the Knicks in this draft, honestly?
Give me Kira Lewis. Give me Kira Lewis, and I'll live with overdrafting him. I think Kira Lewis should be picked around 11 and 12, but if we pick him at 8, I'll live with it because I know at least he's going to bring something to the table.
Well, we ain't got the 11 for 12 pick, so you take him at 8. And I don't think it's a reach.
Would y'all pick Obi if he drops?
No,
that's another one.
No,
Teddy,
I'm not taking a power forward. We already got one. To me,
we got 1,000 power forwards.
To me, we got 3 starters, right? RJ, Mitch, Randall.
Right.
So
I got something to say to that.
To draft one of those. My thing is you get 5 solid starters, then work on your bench. You draft Toppin, you add into the 3 spots you already have.
Well, you could put Julius Randle as center.
Yeah, but what about Mitch then?
I mean, listen, man. It's not again. I said I wouldn't mind trading Mitch. I'm being honest with you when I say that.
I don't mind either. But my point is, You got three legit starters.
Okay, so you could have RJ, OB, Julius Randle at center, and you can trade Mitch for either a point guard or a small forward that you do need. You could do a package of Mitchell Robinson and Frank, or maybe Mitchell Robinson, Kevin Knox, and Frank, and get yourself a starting point guard or a starting small forward that address a situation that we do need. But in terms of productivity, Julius Randle does have a jump shot. He is physical. He does fit today's game, and I wouldn't mind having Julius Randle as our starting center either.
I don't feel like Julius has hit his peak yet either, in my opinion.
Yeah, so I don't mind having Julius Randle as our center, and because at the end of the day, Mitchell Robinson can't hit a jump shot. That's the same problem that I've been discussing. I gotta stay consistent with my own argument. My argument is I don't like his jump shot. I do like his defense, but in today's league, if you don't have a jump shot, at least a mid range, then I don't feel like you serve a big purpose in today's league. Now, had it been in the 80s or the 90s, hey man, no problem. But in today's league, I've been consistent with my argument. You need a mid range as a center, and I prefer Wiseman, but if I could have Julius Randle playing center, I could trade Mitch and get a point guard and push for Killian Hayes or Kieran, whatever. I'm not gonna create a bad example, but if I could trade Mitch Robinson, Kevin Knox, Frank Ntilikina, and address a problem that we need in a small forward and point guard, depending who it is, I will look into that situation. So drafting OB is not the problem in my eyes. Is who can I get for Mitchell Robinson, Frank Ntilikina, and Kevin Knox? And I feel like I've given Frank 3 years, and I feel like I've been fair to him. I feel like Dennis Smith Jr., it's been 3 years, even though he had a situation. 3 years, in my eyes, is a fair chance in this league. So in terms of Frank, DSJ, I'm not holding on to them to dear life. I'm not. Kevin Knox, he does deserve another year, but if we're going with the situation that I want to win and I want to build with RJ, Julius Randle, and Obi Toppin, that means I feel like I got two pieces that I've drafted that can work. And if I get another draft pick, a lottery pick, then let's just say I can get Devin Vassell. I prefer Aaron Naismith, but you guys want to go. But since Devin Vassell won the argument today, is to say I can draft a Devin Vassell, then I feel like, you know what, the Knicks are in position where they have a chance to win every game as much as possible, and that's the.
I think going to get Vassell at 8, but I would prefer Kira. But I think Vassell's actually going number 8 to the Knicks.
Okay,
man. If the Knicks draft Devin Vassell at 8 and pass on Kira Lewis Jr., it'll be one of the biggest mistakes I feel like the franchise has made.
I agree.
You know what I mean? I don't believe that you pass on point guards in a point guard draft for a role playing 3-and-D guy that's going to be Kevin Huerter. You potentially pass on Kevin Johnson, the former Phoenix Suns point guard, for a cat that's going to be Kevin Huerter. I just can't see that.
I see Kira being an all-star one day. That's how good I see him. I see him as an all-star one day. That's just my opinion. I want to hold on to Mitch as well because I see Mitch. Mitch is so raw. We forget that Mitch ain't played no college basketball. We picked him up off the street. And I like the contract. You only pay him $1 million. Like, let's just
and you know who else played limited basketball in college? James Wiseman. You know what I'm saying? Do you gamble on James Wiseman knowing that his development may be just as long as Mitch?
So
I don't see us getting them, period, though. So, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but Wiseman's look, he a wonderful kind of talent. I see he has a mid-range. He's from what I see, from a little bit I see, he seemed ready. But I think Mitch is in the wrong system. I think we should be playing up tempo for Mitch. Mitch is like on the floor. Like he would be the fastest center in the league. I don't see why we ain't running tempo with him.
I don't think
I agree.
you adjust your game for a guy that only catch lobs.
But still, I mean, and when he in the game, we should have an up tempo style. Let's start wearing these teams out. We got a young team. Start wearing these older teams out.
Yeah, but you don't have pushers. Like Frank's not a pusher.
DSJ on the team.
That's it.
I think Mitchell Robinson faster than Frank.
He might be.
I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to keep it real, and listen, I'm not into Frank bashing, right? I'm not into Frank bashing. I just get frustrated when every conversation we talk about ends up being a Frank Ntilikina love fest. That's my only deal. Like, we can legit be talking about Kira Lewis, and somebody will insert Frank, and then it start all the Frank love.
I think all it is we see Frank trying so hard. He be trying so hard, and we just, he a hard-working dude. That's it. He seems like the heart of what a Knicks player would be. That's all.
Nah. We just like overrating every pick. So when they don't live up to it, we gotta keep boosting.
I can see that.
We gotta keep justifying, right? And my thing is this. I know Frank is limited. I don't see Frank as a starting point guard for any NBA team. Not even championship level, no role play on championship team. I think Frank is the 15th man on the worst team in the NBA, right? That's what I think Frank is, right?
16th man.
Hey, man. I mean, if you count injuries, then yeah, he'd be 15, 16. But the thing is,
disrespect is high.
We have so many picks in the next few drafts that we should be trying to draft Frank's replacement. Like, we should legit be looking at Terrell Lewis's, Grant
Frank don't have
Willis.
a replacement. You cut Frank. You don't replace him.
So you think that's what
still try to get something for him?
Frank has one more year.
You don't get nothing for Frank. What you gonna get for Frank?
I'll try him to Phoenix.
What they gonna give you? A 3rd round pick?
I'll take the 3rd round pick.
You take the 3rd?
I'll take the 3rd.
And I ain't trying, and I'm not saying that just to bad Frank Ntilikina. Like Ian Chisholm, Ian legit stays on me all the time about bashing Frank. I'm not bashing Frank for the sake of bashing. What I'm saying is we desperately need to upgrade the point guard position, and it's clear because it impacts everybody on the team.
Yes.
I think with the point guard position, if we draft Kira like Teddy's saying, I think the point guard position is crowded. So I move Frank. Like I said it before. This is the second time I'm repeating myself. I'll trade Frank. I'll trade DSJ. I respect their game. Thank you for playing with the Knicks, and I respect them for that. But I think I think it's time. I think a lot of Knicks fans want to too many want to play the whole holding on to the players, and they want to see it. I don't need to wait. After 3 years, I don't think it's wait and see no more. I think it's time to transition and say, you know what? After 3 years, if he's your guy or not.
Dennis Smith had one bad year.
Huh?
Dennis Smith had one bad year.
One bad year.
Well,
I'm
not saying he's a bad player. I'm not criticizing his game.
No. You said he had 3. You saw him for 3 years.
Oh yeah, well, after 3 years,
one of the years was bad.
Right, that's true. And
Frank had 3 bad years.
That's true too. It's still factual, but I would know, like I said before, after 3 years, even though he had one bad year, I would know if he's my guy of the future or not. And I feel like we know who's our guy or not. And I feel like every point guard in the draft is going to be. Most Knicks fans are looking forward to drafting their point guard of the future, and they're ready to move forward. As difficult as it is, the decision will most likely be is to move forward and say thank you for the past and this, that, and the third.
I can't wait.
It's not no insult to them. It's not no diss to Dennis Smith Jr. or Frank. I think they're great players. I think Dennis Smith Jr. can get you 5. But I feel like at the end of the day, who's your franchise point guard and who's not your franchise point guard.
I'm gonna let y'all know y'all bugging, and I can't wait for Frank defensive prize to come next year.
Where's that?
I bet you can't wait. You've been waiting 3 years.
Yeah, you're gonna wait. Yeah, you're gonna be waiting.
You am I
You've
right or
been
wrong?
waiting 3 years and ain't seen nothing. And then you
What's
wishing
been
on
on
the
his
star.
team? Who can we vouch for that's been with Frank?
You draft most people
Not
draft.
talent.
Most people draft to find their franchise player, and I don't think that. Not saying that they're not franchise players. I don't think they're the franchise player for this organization.
Coming off the bench, but he's a defensive stopper. That's.
I'm not saying, but at the end of the day, we're trying to find what's the franchise player for this roster. And we don't know Frank is going to want maybe $10 million. I don't know, and I don't think that the Knicks should pay him $10 million until they find their franchise player. That's the name of the game first. You got to find your franchise pieces, and then you move forward. But you can't play this whole.
I'm in the mindset that you clear house. Like in football, if you have 3 quarterbacks, then you have one. And I think that's the thing with the Knicks. I think Alfred Payton, DSJ, and Frank. Hey, bro.
Let me say this for Andy. Dennis Smith Jr. is capable of 15 and 5.
Yes, he is. I agree with that.
Because he did it already.
Yes, he did.
Just as a fact.
Yes, he did.
Frank can never do 15 and 5. Never. He could do the 5, but he ain't doing 15.
I can't wait for Frank to show out next season.
No, show out what?
Not for a season. Not for the
3 and 2.
For the season, I don't think Frank could get 15 for the season.
I can't wait till we back in the middle of the season. Like, you know what? I was wrong about Frank.
It took him 3 years to get 20 points. It took him 3 years to get 20 points. 3.
120.8 game
every year. He's improving every year.
No. It took him 3 years to get 120-point game.
There's nothing I can say about Frank that's gonna make y'all happy. So hey,
no.
So be
the data says Frank had averaged 5.5, then he went down to 5.2. So he decreased in his second year, and then he increased in his third year on less shots because his free throw percentage went up. He
was averaging 5 in France too. So let's not act like it was Knicks coaches.
Again,
everywhere he been, he averaged 5 points. He averaged 5 as a toddler. He averaged 5 in middle school. He averaged 5 at the gym, the YMCA.
Yeah.
5 in France. 5 in New York.
So Frank is gonna be a viable piece next season for the Knicks.
Yeah, a viable trade piece.
Hey, that might happen.
So
bro, look, man. I mean, let's just keep it a buck, man. Frank is trash.
He is trash.
Why would he spend so much time on Frank?
Hey, the disrespect is high tonight. Y'all disrespectful tonight.
Nah, all I'm saying is more people should be saying both should be. We should be looking for a franchise point guards, and both should be traded. We know that they're not our franchise point guards, and instead of people playing, more people saying that
you know what?
Let's see to the end of the season. You know, less people should say that. I think more people should be saying, "I've seen enough."
Oh yeah, definitely. We all see enough. First of all, Frank's not a point guard. Period.
More people should be saying, "I've seen enough." That's my argument. Like that's not being said. Not enough people are saying, "Hey, listen, we've seen enough. We should move forward."
Yo,
I would think Freezie be on my side. Hey, Freezie, I would think you be more on my
side. And Knicks Lover are gonna find you, dog. Hey, Raphael, I'm telling you, hey, Knicks Lover on Twitter and Southside are gonna find you, boss. They love Frank Ntilikina, and if they heard you say that, they're gonna hunt you down.
I don't know. I'm just being honest. I'm not trying to diss Frank. I think he's
You did Frank,
huh?
You ain't trying to. You did.
No.
Hey, Free. I thought
it's the same thing with DSJ too. It's the same thing with DSJ. Look, DSJ. Hey, listen, man. He could give you 15 and 5, but I know he's not my franchise point guard. So he's another trade piece that I have to move forward. It's not. It's not a
DSJ has done it.
Huh? I know that. I agree. I'm not
DSJ.
And he's done it in New York. Remember, his numbers were like 14 and something, and he bumped it up to like 15 and something once he got to New York. You know what I'm saying? And our only thing was, man, this dude can't shoot free throws. Remember that? We were like, man, this dude can't shoot free throws. If he shoot free throws, he might average 17. You know what I'm saying? And now we want to throw him away because of Frank. I mean, it's the most ridiculous universe.
Again, I think we should start new. I like the idea of Kira Lewis, Killian Hayes, and just start brand new is what I'm trying to say. It's not that I want to keep DSJ and trade Frank. I want to start brand new. I've seen enough. in that point guard position. That's it. Start brand new. We've seen Alfred Payton, Frank, DSJ. I want to start brand new. I like the idea of Kira Lewis and Russell Westbrook and whatever point guard you want to bring. I like that idea. I want to start fresh in a new concept. And I already know that they're not my franchise point guards, no matter what they do.
Trade them now while their value is high. I would trade them right now while they have some value.
That's my new slogan for this from now going forward. I want to start new. I'm ready to start new. I'm ready for the new. I'm ready for the future. I'm ready to start fresh.
I want to see what Knox does this year. I want to see what Frank does this year with the new.
You've seen it already. He's gonna do what he did last year. 6-3-2.
He might be right. Frank is there for defense.
So if we have Frank and DSJ, the thing with DSJ to me is not fair. I think that, and listen, I'm not capping for DSJ because I don't think he's our franchise point guard. If Thibodeau is able to resurrect his career and make him into something, then more power to him. I'll be glad. But I'm saying we need to evolve at the point guard position, whether this year or next year. I think if we mess around and get lucky, which I know we won't, we mess around and get lucky and get Kate Cunningham, we'll be good for the next 12 years. Because Kate Cunningham guaranteed step on the floor today, 26-6. Guaranteed cash money, 26-6.
DSJ year was better than RJ's rookie year. You don't hear nobody talking about getting rid of RJ.
All right. Well,
you want to give him time.
Yeah.
I'm not crazy. I'm not too crazy about RJ sometimes. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm not the biggest RJ.
Yeah, like nobody on the team. I'm convinced nobody on the Knicks.
Give it to everybody. You want to take that?
Teddy, when I tell you you're on the money, Teddy, you're on the money.
Hey, I don't. When you win 21 games, it's hard to like a bunch of people.
It's their flaws. It's just I'd rather look. I don't know, man. It's just like it's too many wrong things. It's too many of the same. I don't know if it's the point guard situation. I don't know if it's RJ running the point too much and trying to run the whole Duke system and then the Julius. I don't know. Mitchell Robinson can't hit a mid range. I don't know, man. It's like you know that's a big difference between having Porzingis. Porzingis at least can shoot the ball and does what he does. He'll give you a putback dunk and he'll do But these other guys, now I know what's the difference between that's how I know the difference between a unicorn and these guys. I'm like, yeah, man, everything is.
Honestly, I'm gonna leave that KP thing alone. But Julius, I think he's a great trade asset, in my opinion. I like Julius. I think we should trade him while his value is high and bring some pieces and some assets. That's my opinion. I think Julius and RJ ain't never gonna mix. Ain't no point. We seen it last year. It was not good.
All right, so trade RJ.
No.
Only reason I say don't trade RJ because
you're a Duke fan, Freezie. You're a Duke fan. You don't want to trade RJ.
I'm a Duke fan.
I'm saying if two players don't get along, you trade the least player.
Julius. Julius is the least player on the team.
RJ is not the least player. Because what did Julius Randle do in his rookie year? What did Julius Randle do in his rookie year?
Man, we can't talk about.
He got hurt and he sat out. He broke his arm and sat out the whole season. Right. What did he do in his second year? What did he do in his second year?
If you had to make a trade today, right? Randall was the better player. You can't look at
franchise value more
and be like, "Oh,
franchise value."
Yeah, Kobe didn't do nothing in his rookie year.
The franchise values RJ way more than Julius.
So you would have traded Kobe instead of trading Eddie Jones
because it's they pick. It's they pick. If Randall was their pick, and RJ was a free agent, they would value Randall more.
That's what I'm saying. Trade Julius because
that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying because he's the Knicks pick. What I'm saying is Julius Randle in his rookie year averaged 11 points and 11 points, right? And for instance, Kobe Bryant and Eddie Jones played the same position. Would you have traded Kobe Bryant over Eddie Jones, who was the better player at the time?
What did Julius shoot? What was his field goal percentage?
His 42.9 as a power forward.
What was RJ's?
40.3.
Okay.
So you want us to trade RJ instead of Julius?
Now I'm saying if one of them had to go, I'm keeping a better player.
RJ.
No. RJ's not better than Julius. At what?
Come on, dog.
I can't with you, but Chuck. Look, you've been right about a lot of stuff.
At what? No, what?
I can't with you, man.
He's 19-9.
Right.
How many years he been in the league? How many years he been in the league?
We talking about now, right? You saying who's the better player?
Look, if we're gonna get, we're talking about
rookie years.
Rebuild. We're in a rebuild.
All right, no, we ain't talking about a rebuild. We're talking about players. We talking about who's better. RJ
is better than RJ right now. Yes.
Eddie Jones was a better player. Would you have traded Kobe?
That's it. You trying to predict the future and say
this is about the future.
Yeah, you can't make a trade like that. Or like he might be better, so I'm gonna keep him. Nah, you got to go with who's better now.
They already said RJ and Mitch is the core.
And that's where they wrong at. And that's where they wrong at.
I can legit trade Julius Randle right now and replace him the same day.
No,
even though 19-9 is hard, even though 19-9 is hard for a cat to get.
I could legit cut Mitch and replace him without even going nowhere. Calling up Wooten. Same thing.
Man, y'all disrespectful tonight.
Yeah, he mad disrespectful with Mitch. And the reason why I keep nerving Chuck on this point, because Chuck think Mitchell Robinsons are a dime a dozen. But he forgot when we were rolling out Kevin Seraphin at center. I know you love Kevin Seraphin.
You want me to name all the seven? Hey, Freeze. You want me to name all the seven?
You remember Jason Smith? I know you love some Jason Smith at center.
You want me to name all the
Cole Aldridge kept tapping the ball into the other team baskets, going for the other team. I know you love that. Come on, dog.
Hey, this is a good one. Would you have traded Steph Curry when he first came to the league for Deontay Ellis?
Oh, that's like the Warriors trading Curry instead of Ellis. Right.
Yeah.
Like you would trade Steph Curry because Monte Ellis was the better player at the time.
No, I believe the age was further than what we talking about with RJ and
No, the age was the same. Monte Ellis was a young player with them. Monte Ellis was 26 and Steph Curry was 22. So it's not like Monte Ellis was 33.
4 years. That's 4 years. Julius don't got 4 years on RJ.
RJ just turned.
Yes. Julius Randle's 25. RJ is 20.
Maybe 20, yeah. I think he's still, he just turned 20.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, man. I mean, come on. You got.
It's gonna be hard to fit Julius and Mitch on the floor together. That's my thing. It's gonna be hard to fit RJ, Mitch, and Julius on the floor at the same time unless they start doing double screen moves or something. I mean, they gotta change up the offense.
in fairness to what Chuck is saying, though, it's not like I was saying about an hour ago. It's not Julius Randle's fault that the offense didn't had a lack of spacing. People saw Julius Randle turn the ball over in crunch time and blame the whole season on Julius Randle, right? But what you forget is Julius Randle was surrounded around young players with low IQ that didn't know how to space the floor, didn't know when to cut on time. You know what I'm saying? Didn't know when to audible on plays. You know what I'm saying? That's not Julius Randle's
does well
fault.
with a good point guard. Elfrid Payton.
Wait a minute. So you said Julius Randle was good with a good point guard, and then you said Elfrid Payton? I mean, really, dog?
I said Julius Randle does good with a good point guard. Elfrid Payton was not doing it.
Okay. All right.
That's what
Well, if Frank was any good, we wouldn't have needed Elfrid Payton.
That was bad coaching. That's executive.
No, that's bad drafting.
That's executive decision.
That's bad drafting.
Do you think Elfrid Payton is better than Frank?
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
he gets more.
All right.
Elfrid Payton's a triple-double threat. How many triple-doubles Frank had?
None.
Thank you. He ain't even have to think about that.
Bugging. Yeah, bugging.
Yo, look at Elfrid Payton's stats. You can look at it.
Elfrid Payton's about to be on the streets.
So is Frank.
Hey,
No, he'll be picked up faster than Frank.
Crazy.
Frank should be on the streets.
He'll be picked up faster than Frank.
Y'all crazy.
Frank is wow.
Elfrid is even more wow.
No, he's not.
Yes.
First of all, they both can't shoot.
I like them better when he had the hair.
Elfrid Payton gets more steals and doesn't get caught for the fouls like Frank does.
Payton
Payton
gets to the hole. Payton gets to the hole.
Every time Payton shoot, I think he about to break the backboard. Y'all crazy, man.
That's because Frank loosened it up for him already. Now,
if you want to say, if you want to say,
Payton gets to the hole. Payton don't need a pick.
Frank got a better looking jump shot than Elfrid Payton. Cool, but as a better player, no.
Payton, this is what Payton does better. Payton passes better.
He starts better.
Passes better defense too.
He starts better.
No way.
He knows how to work the refs. Frank doesn't know how to work the refs yet.
Oh man, y'all bugging tonight.
He passed better.
How many
Hold better. He's a better scorer.
Elfrid was just a vet. That's it.
He's a better scorer.
Season. Elfrid Payton's his rookie season was getting almost 2 steals a game. It's his rookie season. His rookie season. He always knows how to get steals.
Elfrid's a bum.
So what that make Frank?
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
He knows his role.
He came and started over. This Frank third year, Payton came and started over him immediately.
Who's the coach? Let's talk about coaching.
No matter who the coach is.
Yo, you could put
No matter who the coach is. Frank's not a starter. Frank's not a point guard.
You know what? He may not be a point guard.
He not. There ain't no May.
Frank is a better
I can't wait till this next season come up.
They don't have a position at all.
Frank is a better
basketball right now in the NBA anyway. This is the basketball going on.
Shooter than him.
He's not a shooting guard. He can't shoot. He's too small for a small forward, and he's too slow for point.
Frank guards 1 through 3 easily.
No, but not good.
Man, y'all bugging.
He has a better.
Frank
has a better 3-point shooter than Payton. But as in terms of guarding point guards, I'll take Payton, who's going to get those steals from me.
Yeah, Frank
and he's going to get me. He's not slow-footed on the feet.
Frank guards slow people good. That's what he do. He guards slow people good.
Hey man, I'm reading these comments. Y'all bugging too.
Go to basketball.
Somebody said Frank is a center stuck in a point guard body.
He is.
Y'all bugging.
He is. That's right. Art. Frank is Kevin Duckworth.
I can't wait. Look, there's gonna be some key defensive possessions Frank does next season. I don't want to hear it.
I can't wait to see Art and Teddy on the stage. I can't wait to see Art and Teddy on the stage.
And every time somebody guarding Frank, that's a key defensive possession for them.
Frank gonna pass the ball. We already know what Frank gonna do. Frank gonna pass the ball.
Yeah. So he make everybody look like lockdown defenders
this year too.
And he make everybody look like lockdown defenders. Everybody hold them to 6.
Man, Frank knows his role. He ain't trying to be the shooter on the team. He trying to get the ball to RJ, Mitch, or Drew.
He averaged 3 assists. He failing.
Right. At the hockey's assist or something, that'd be something. But he passes somebody else.
So he get an assist from RJ, an assist from Mitch, and an assist from Julius, and then sit his ass down.
Y'all bugging on this Frank talk, boy. Y'all disrespectful as hell.
No, man. The reason why I'm here is because we were legit talking about Kira Lewis Jr., right?
Absolutely.
We were legit talking about Kira Lewis Jr., and the conversation always wraps around, comes back to Frank Ntilikina.
Because y'all want to get rid of Frank so bad, and it be pissing me off. What is y'all
Frank want to be getting rid of
the defense.
No, I said Frank wants to be getting rid of because he stinks. You don't play like that and expect to be kept.
Ooh, good point, Chuck.
Why do so many people like Frank then? What's your thing? Why y'all think so many people like Frank? I just want to hear why y'all think
parallel cases. They like the underdog story or whatever you want to call it.
This is about because he like Rocky, right? That's how y'all see it.
It was the draft pick. There's an instant connection to the draft pick. You see how we connecting ourselves right now, and guys, and we ain't even take the pick yet.
Right, and so the thing with me and Frank is not so much of a Frank Ntilikina is trash. It's more of a no matter what we talk about, it always winds up back talking about Frank Ntilikina. You know what I'm saying? That's my deal. Like we can legit be talking about Teddy's take on Devin Vassell, and it'll always evolve into Frank Ntilikina.
Well, we got somebody in the panel that wants to get rid of everybody. We got Chuck over here that no matter how good Frank shows improvement, he like that boy trash. And Freezie, I would think that you'd be more on the Frank high because you like one-dimensional players like Naismith. Frank is one-dimensional on defense. That's it. He's a defensive player. You like one-dimensional players like Naismith.
I never said I dislike Frank. I keep saying this. I keep saying the same thing over and over. I never said I dislike Frank. What I'm saying is the numbers that he puts up are trash, and we spend too much time talking about a dude averaging 6'3" and 3. No other fan base talks about a dude averaging 6'3" and 3.
And it's not like he on an all defensive team or anything like that. Like I said, he's in 300.
Yeah.
You want to wager?
Yeah.
Like he's never going to be on no all defensive team. Never.
Well, Tibbs, I'm telling you, man, this defense about to be.
Well, so Tony Allen. He kind of reminds me of Tony Allen with his numbers. You know, Tony.
Exactly.
Well, Tony was a better defender.
But Tony was a better defender.
Tony didn't have to.
And here's the other thing: Tony Allen averaged double-digit points. Marcus Smart.
No, not all the time. No,
man. Once Tony Allen was a starter, he averaged double-digit points.
Go look up the numbers.
I understand. Tony Allen, as a full-time starter at age 25 for the Memphis Grizzlies, is a double-digit scorer.
Frank is 22.
We already had this conversation.
Tony Allen was a better defender, but if you look at Frank and his numbers, it's sort of the commitment to defense. Even though Frank has a long ways to go, but kind of reminds me of Tony Allen. You know.
Nah, Tony Allen's much better.
He is much better.
Remind me of Jerry and what's the Grant that we had? Was it Jerry and
Grant? Jerry and Grant.
Yeah.
Jerry and Grant.
That's Jerry and Grant. Or Shumpert with a broke leg.
That was a bad trade. Trade.
He been disrespectful. Shumpert with a broke leg.
Yeah, you're right. Tony Allen was not a double-digit scorer. You're right. Tony Allen wasn't a double-digit scorer. He averaged about 8 points a game.
Yeah. Which are, Frank numbers.
No, Frank can't average 8.
Y'all crazy.
6, 8.
It's different.
I'm not gonna fight about those 2 points.
Well, he was one game away from his usual 5. that 20-point game put him to 6. So he's technically he's technically a 5-2-2-3 guy. That's it.
My whole thing is speaking of Jerry and Grant, Phil Jackson was wrong trading Tim Hardaway Jr. to draft. I think he did him wrong in trading Tim Hardaway Jr. I think we should have kept him on that. I don't think that was a good call for Phil Jackson to trade Tim Hardaway Jr. for that first-round pick and drafting to Jerry and Grant.
And Jerry and Grant was a 5-year player at Notre Dame. So you drafted him at age 23.
He's a good shooter. Tim Hardaway Jr. So I feel like that would have been decent to keep Tim Hardaway Jr., Carmelo, Porzingis, and in 2015, and said he traded Tim Hardaway Jr. when he shouldn't have. We should have just kept that core.
I think Tim Hardaway Jr. is spineless.
Spineless?
Jellyfish. Yep. I think Tim Hardaway Jr. is a sucker. And look, and the reason why I say that is because I saw Chris Middleton beat him on the last shot of the game. He did a spin move baseline. Tim Hardaway Jr. gave a baseline, and Chris Middleton hit the game winner with 0.2 seconds left on the clock. And the first thing Tim Hardaway Jr. did was point in Enes Kanter's face and was like, "How come you didn't have my back?" Instead of saying, "Hey, how come?" Instead of saying, "Look, y'all, that's my bad," I let him go baseline without help.
I mean, things happen in the NBA.
I also saw Giannis Antetokounmpo dunk on him and put his nuts in Tim Hardaway's face after Kristaps Porzingis tore his ACL, right? And instead of Tim Hardaway Jr. going at Giannis, he turned his back and walked away. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, yo, why do you punch in his Kanter face, and then the opposing team yam on you with his nuts all in your eyeball?
Hardaway was.
I'm a Knicks fan through and through, and we never seen no dude do that. If Giannis had did that to a John Starks, they'd have still been fighting. If he did that to Anthony Mason, they'd still been fighting right now.
The Knicks did him wrong. The Knicks shouldn't have traded him for no reason. They traded him by surprise and for no reason. Let's
Dallas was interested in Tim Hardaway Jr., and then the Knicks made that sucker move by throwing Porzingis in it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the Knicks have done a lot of sucker moves. You know what I'm saying? To me, I didn't mind that they traded Porzingis and Hardaway Jr. afterwards to Dallas. I don't mind that, but I don't think that Hardaway Jr. should have been traded the first time. I think they should have kept that core of Hardaway Jr., Melo, KP, and even that team that could have in 2015. They were Porzingis was making noise.
This is why this draft is important, and next draft to see what these Dallas picks give us, because that's going to be the key in this trade.
Right. So I think had we kept Tim Hardaway Jr. instead of Derrick Rose, and I forgot who was the other shooter, Courtney Lee, whatever, the whole situation, we would have kept Hardaway Jr., KP, Melo, and then after a while, if you want to trade them for assets at the end, cash out, cool. But I don't think that you should have traded Hardaway Jr., then pay him $15 million to bring him back, and it created unnecessary beef.
$18 million.
$18 million.
$18 million.
Right.
Bring him back.
Right, because I feel like Steve Mills probably felt bad that Phil Jackson traded him for no reason, and I don't blame him for that.
I mean, there was a lot of things that Phil Jackson did, and we felt like he may have made a mistake. But Phil Jackson was trying to trade Porzingis for Devin Booker. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we'd have Devin Booker right now if they'd have just allowed my man to trade him. You know, so there's a lot of things, a lot of mistakes GMs make.
I got one more question.
Good.
Anybody in free agency that we can get right now, who would y'all want to get?
First of all, in free agency, I mean, could it be trade or it has to be free agent, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, my man said free agent, though. He did say free agent.
I mean, I'm guessing right now.
Wood.
That's small forward from Brooklyn.
I thought you wanted Julius though.
Julius Randle. Julius Randle's is in the team. Why I want to trade him?
He already there. Well, Julius could play. Wood or Julius could play the center.
Oh, okay, that's different. Okay, my bad. Spoke too soon. Okay.
Well, I'm talking about small forward right now. The small forward, Joe Harris. I probably get a stretch 3.
No,
I got a twist to this. You know who I really want? Kelly Oubre.
He's not a free agent.
They want to get rid of him though.
But that's what I said. That's not a free agent. If not, I would have gone for somebody else.
My bad. You right. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of off-season
moves.
This we can actually
off-season move. It was being spoken about in Nothing But Knicks today, and it piqued my interest. Supposedly, Miles Turner is available. So, in trade talks with Boston too. I even saw that on Instagram. So,
Gordon Hayward wants to go back to Indiana.
Yeah, Simeon Russell was talking about it, and shout out to the guys. But that intrigued my interest. I'm like, what do Miles Turner?
How you gonna say shout out to another channel and then don't ask your people to subscribe to this channel?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to go. Subscribe to. Hey, shout out to a man, Seb. I don't know if you busted my chops being served, but anyway, back to.
I'm saying, have the viewers come back and see you. And Sim is my man too, by the way. Sim is my man. But hey, I'll be saying certain stuff so the fans can come back and see y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like I be wanting people to subscribe so they can see me, you, Chuck B, Teddy, Art. You know, Guillermo, everybody. You know what I'm saying? So when we go live, they can come see us. You know what I'm saying? And Sim basically helped put me on. I used to do this way back in the day, but I discovered Sim like 3 or 4 years ago, and he just invited me on his show. So I used to, come on, jump on his joint. So shout out to my man. But to answer Teddy's question, I think you got to go either Christian Wood or Brandon Ingram. More so, and in my opinion, more so Brandon Ingram, or Bogdanovich in Sacramento. He's a restricted free agent also. I say throw the bag at both of them, and it solves our wing problem.
You're not getting Ingram. I'll try.
Okay. I think we could get Wood though.
Yeah.
Give me Miles Turner. So anyway, I like Miles Turner and Julius Randle. I like that combination. What do you guys think about Miles Turner and Julius Randle?
Give me Schroeder. And Wood. Give me Schroeder.
I think it's duplicity. Okay. I think it's duplicity because Turner and Sabonis can't coexist in Indianapolis.
Give me that mid-range. I need somebody who can hit it, and I'll take Miles Turner first. I think that's a priority, and that's true. I agree with Arte. Miles Turner has been disappointing, but I still take my chance with him. He plays good defense. But he can hit. He has a good. Let me look at his numbers right now.
He hits the jumper. I said that.
Don't he lead the league in blocks?
That too.
Good man. I like him. You give me Miles Turner. I mean, I ain't gonna spend.
I'm not really big on like these big centers, man. I'm thinking, man, get me 3 3-and-D wings. Like legit, get me 3 guys. That's gonna be 2 guys at least. That's gonna be 3-and-D. Even if those guys are gonna be cats like Jay Crowder, like get me a Jay Crowder to play with RJ. You know what I'm saying? Jay Crowder is not gonna be 20 and 10, but Jay Crowder will be legit 11 and 6 and excellent defense, and he's gonna stay healthy.
I feel like if you have a Miles Turner, not only is Julius Randle could get more assists, RJ Barrett can get more assists. Kira Lewis, if we get him, he's gonna have more assists because, and also Miles Turner still gives you 2 blocks per game. So he's giving you 2 blocks per game. He's giving you 6 rebounds, And you also have Julius Randle inside at power forward. 34.
If you're gonna trade for a guy, why not trade for Laurie Markkinen?
No. I'm cool, Laura Marketing. Thanks, but no thanks. Let me get Miles Turner at center. Give me Julius Randle at power forward. Let me get RJ Barrett. If you want to go with Akira Lewis, I'm cool with that. If you want to go Killian Hayes, RJ Hampton, whoever you want to go, I feel like that's a pretty. I think that's all right.
Okay.
And I don't think Laurie Marketing is cheap.
So you don't buy into the upside of a Laurie Markkinen, basically, and it's because he can't play D.
I don't think I'm going to spend all that money. I mean, I want to trade Frank, DSJ, and Alfred Payton. I don't mind. I don't hate on Bobby Portis, but Wayne Ellington, Reggie Bullock, and I feel like those players and maybe a Dallas first-round pick can get me a Miles Turner. I'm cashing in.
You take a first-round pick for Miles Turner?
A Dallas.
Y'all give Indiana that much?
I mean, it's not going to be all those players. It's going to be whoever they say, hey, I'll take this and I'll take this. It's not, and me, I'm not sure if I want Mitchell Robinson to be starting. I'm not sure. I got to do what's best for the team. I don't know how to tell you, but Markin is probably going to cost me a first round pick or a player I don't want to trade, and that gets too complex to have that kind of conversation. If you want to be honest, because if you're talking marketing, you got to be talking about a 2021 first round pick, and I don't think nobody wants to have that conversation. So to avoid that, I'd rather just give me my Miles Turner, take the 2020, the Dallas 2021 or the Dallas 2024 first round pick. I'm cashing it. I gotta fill out that void.
Okay.
Yeah, because I've been wanting Wiseman for a while because he can shoot, and I'm like, you know what? If I can get Miles Turner who can shoot, I'm cool. I'm good.
What about this starting five next season? Realistically, Kira, RJ, Kelly Oubre, Christian Wood, Mitch.
I have to see more from Kira, right? I mean, I still have to see more from him. How is he going to develop?
We just speak. I mean, he's
right.
I mean,
so y'all know Miles Turner is 12 points and 6 rebounds for his career for a starting center. And y'all are willing to trade.
Yes, I'm
Mitchell
catching
Robinson and some stuff for a guy that just averages 3 points a game.
Guys, did I say Mitchell Robinson? Did I say that?
He wants to get rid of all the point guards. He wants to get rid of a first-round draft pick.
And Frank or
a 7-footer that don't average 7 rebounds a game.
I didn't say Mitchell Robinson. That's not. Did that? If I said that, you guys would.
Right now, though, Miles Turner is a 7-footer that averages less than 7 rebounds a game.
I don't care. I'm cashing in. I want him.
I think I just said a starting five. That's a playoff contender.
Who was the shooting guard?
RJ.
Kelly Oubre, Christian Wood, and Mitchell Robinson, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So let me tell you my starting five.
All right.
My starting five. Hold on. I gotta throw. Give me a second. Miles Turner at center, power forward Julius Randle. Let's just say I'm gonna say Devin Vassell because he won the argument today. Okay, I don't mind Devin Vassell or Aaron Naismith. I'm gonna say Devin Vassell, and then at shooting guard, RJ, and my point guard, DSJ or Alfred Payton. whichever is the smarter choice. I'm taking one of those. I feel like Alfred Payton can manipulate that team. All those guys can shoot the three and they can shoot the mid range. I feel like I got a chance to win too. And Devin Vassal's a good 3-point shooter too, so he's a good defender. I think that all five could defend. All five could defend, and they all can spread the floor.
All right, so, hey everybody. So we have like less than a minute left. So it's like at 50-something seconds.
Yeah, I'm calling it a night.
Hey, I want to say thank you to everybody, man, for coming on. Chuck B, your ass crazy for killing people over the Frank Ntilikina argument. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Sorry, Ted.
Hey, thanks, Raphael. Hey, I'm getting on tomorrow also, man. I want y'all to be here. You know what I'm saying? I want everybody to be here, man. If you can. I'm gonna try to get Art. To come on too. So instead of trolling in the comment section.
All right. So good talking to you.
You too.
All right, buddy.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
All right, y'all.
Yeah.
All right. Peace. Hey, thanks everybody for checking us out, man. I'm gonna end it right here. We'll holler at y'all tomorrow. Peace.